Perfect, thank you so much. Right, so we're on till about 11 o'clock, but obviously, you know, if you do need to go to the toilet, please do, get yourself a cup of tea and coffee. There's lots of opportunity for us to have a nice chat as well. And I think, you know, although obviously yesterday and Wednesday, you're kind of all in the same boat because you're all trainees, you guys are like, you're in the trenches together, you're all salaried in the apprentices. So again, it'd just be really nice, I think, opportunity for you guys to have really nice networking and, you know, maybe grab some numbers, get some WhatsApp groups going, you know, get some work emails so that, you know, you can really kind of support each other, which hopefully will be really helpful for this year. So, I'm just gonna, hopefully you've done this already, but just on your table, if you haven't yet, especially those that obviously have just come in, your name, your school. I'm gonna come around, try and learn names as well. Name, school, what's your experience? Again, like Casey just said, I think a lot of you do have a lot of experience that you're kind of bringing to the table, which is great. And obviously it's now kind of thinking about that as that kind of class teacher, which is obviously very exciting. And something you're really excited for this year, not October half term, so that's mine, I can't steal mine. Maybe something you're feeling a bit nervous about, maybe nervous, excited. But yeah, so I'm just gonna give you a couple of minutes, okay? And I'm gonna come round and I'm gonna try and learn some names. Off you go.
Yeah, you already know, but yeah, really nice. But yeah, you will be fine. I'm Ali, and I work at Church Republic School. I started there 4 years ago as an LA, then I became an officer, and then they created a remote game for me. I'm a student, my undergraduate part-time, full-time degree, I've just done 3 years in evening, so finished that in July. So yeah, so it was intense, but yeah, we finished. So I've been teaching for the last 2 years at HLTA, year 6, and I'm going to be in year 6 again, and I love year 6, so I'm very excited for that. I was really excited just to get going finally, and I am a bit nervous about just again the chance, and there's been a lot of talk and next talk, which is nice. I know you've been in there, but we're a bit nervous for the 2 of us, but yeah, it's going to be fun. I think that's a no. Oh, good. Yeah, it's something
Some of them. Experience-wise, I've been working for 3 years, and then I one single day I think leading and that full-time I know that like I think what
going to a 30.
And whereas you've got 8 or 9 really high need, don't you? And that's front inside out. These 30, they aren't, obviously they don't have as many, as much content. And they're more independent, hopefully. A bit more independent and so on. And so, how actually you set them up, you can just like this sort of group and it kind of move around that room, and so yeah, so hopefully you will enjoy it. Obviously you'll then feel like you're coming back home again and you might go actually. And obviously your mentors support you, and that's the same with anyone. If you go to Salesian, King International, wherever you go, you don't like that. I know we've got that, and as teachers you don't like the ideas you like, just take them back. That's what I like. Okay, 1 more minute, everyone.
I've been an HR.
Where are you going to be?
I worked in an all-girls. So you are in that would be very now.
You're like, oh my God. Out to me, yeah. Why don't you come in? You can show me how do you do it?
Oh, you're
Yeah.
I tried to trick you.
That would be
Everyone. Right, so obviously you're going to have loads more time throughout the day to talk on your tables. It's really interesting to hear, you know, the experience-wise, it seems like there's a real wealth of experience in here. We've got people who've been HLTAs, unqualified teachers, you know, spending a lot of time in school, which is really, really great. I mean, what a great kind of starting position for you for the course. Again, lots of excitement about kind of just getting up there, getting in there, getting started, being the one who's standing up in front of those children and being in charge, not as in a being in charge, but as in a leading, and that, you know, leading the children through their learning. And then something nervous about quite a lot of the, I think, again, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of you are in the school that you already kind of know, and you're comfortable, you're happy, you know how everything works. And so then it's kind of maybe going to the away school.
Yeah.
And obviously how, you know, it's not only a new setting, it's new staff, it's new children, new expectations, basically new everything. And I was just saying to another table, I know, first of all, it's not till February, so completely put it out of your mind. Okay, that's my first thing. The second thing is, I know you'll feel nervous, but everyone feels nervous. I was saying, I don't know why, because as teachers, we don't like change, and that's absolutely crazy. There's no 2 days are ever the same, but we're really kind of quite stuck in our way. No, you know, I don't like change, don't like change, don't like change, don't want to move here, don't want to do this. It is exciting because you are going to go and basically magpie all the lovely ideas that you really, really like from that school, and then you get to go back and you get to then put them into your class. You get to meet other people, you get to see how things are done differently, because all schools really are different. And what I'll always say, and my primaries, you'll hear me all year, you can only work within the parameters of obviously what your school do. And, you know, every school does what they do because they feel it's best for their provision, for their children, their parents and so on, and their staff. But obviously when you go to your away school, there's going to be completely different ethos, completely different thoughts. And so that's really exciting as well. So don't forget, you're going to have amazing mentors supporting you at your away school. You've obviously still got your amazing home mentor, and you've got us. So don't worry, okay? Like I say, February, who cares? It's ages away, okay? It's ages
We've
away.
got activities before.
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry, got a question already. The away placement, because I remember last year, I think it was earlier for the salaried versions. Is that still
No,
all the
everybody is February half term to Easter.
even the salaried?
Yep,
Is it not shorter?
No, it's half term.
It used to be longer for the non-salary, didn't it?
Yeah, it's changed. Everybody, so across the board, every trainee, it's half a term.
February, after the February half term
February
until
half term,
Easter.
yes.
Thank
So you'll
you.
have your end of term 2 assessment in your away school.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not talking about the word assessment either. So,
It's like,
okay, so with me, okay, we're going to, obviously we've already started, kind of connect with other trainees. I'm just going to kind of think about expectations of you as that salaried trainee, provide ways in which you can prepare for your first couple of lessons. I'm sure you've already looked at those, you're already kind of ready for next week, but if there's just anything you can go back, tweak them or so on. And then again, just some top tips. Not teaching you to suck eggs. I know you all know what you're doing, okay, but just if there's any little top tips that you think, oh, okay, that's good. I'm going to think about that over the weekend, then I've done my job. So expectations of a salaried trainee. I'm going to give you just 2 minutes. What's your understanding of the route that you're doing versus that non-salaried route? Okay, do you have any questions on that? Okay, so 2 minutes just to have a chat. If you're happy, you're happy. Okay.
Yeah, I want to like figure it out.
Yes.
Or make a mistake.
Yes. They feel like. I've really taught them what to think with, so I know that one, but they haven't really opened your policy.
And it's hard, but you're gonna get to judge you, does mean that every year. And training where they you're lucky enough to do a job share, it's only you take one, you job share, so
I think it's nice, they're running on to be there, like they're trying to
Thank you. I went to pick on the tables. Can anyone like to share? So what's your understanding? Yes.
I think in non-salaried route, they have equal amounts of observing the lessons and teaching the lessons, or is it be like more of full-time teaching?
Absolutely, yeah. So you guys, you are going to hit the ground running next week, aren't you? You are going to be in charge for lessons or for whole days. You're not going to have your mentor in with you. Your mentor is obviously going to be there for your formal observation for the week, but otherwise it's going to be you. You know, possibly if you've got a TA or a learning support in there. Whereas fee paying, they have their mentor or a class teacher in with them every lesson. So very, very different. As you this table was saying, obviously you are bringing that wealth of experience. You've had that experience of standing up. You've had the experience with the parents. You've had the experience of managing a class, and so you hopefully, obviously, don't need that kind of easing in and having that person there. Lovely. Anything else? No? Yes, go for it, Sarah.
But also just saying more responsibility, more expectations on you immediately, because obviously the department you're in know you're coming with that experience, so they will have higher expectations of you as opposed to the non-school.
Absolutely, yeah. You're going to be there for marking papers. You're going to be there for the data collection. You're going to be there for those people progress meetings. You're going to be doing, just talk about parents' evening. So you are going to be leading on those parents' evenings. So whereas this year the fee paying will observe the parents' evenings, you're going to be leading them, aren't you? So, or whether it is kind of alongside your job share or the person that you share that year group with, whether you're primary or secondary. Oh, absolutely. Anything else?
We just said that for us, we can bring a lot of general experience as well, because you've got people that have been doing the job for quite a long time, perhaps have worked through the different levels, you know, started and then moved up to HRTA, etc. So just being able to share all kinds of experience, personal, work, social, general, across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know your fee paying colleagues will really appreciate any advice and support that you can give them as well. So, you know, please do don't all huddle together, you know, on training day. Please do kind of try and share yourself around, as well as obviously making friends today, and kind of share your ideas, because whereas there'll be some that have never taught a starter because they're changing careers or they're fresh out of uni and they've actually never been up in front of a class, they've never, you know, maybe they've only seen a couple of starters actually being delivered. If they're looking for some starter ideas, how many starters have you all taught already? Yeah, so you might have some nice ideas that they can kind of take and tweak, and they'll be so grateful for that. But then they might see something great in their school that they then share with you, that you go, oh, that's a really nice idea. I've never thought of that before, because that's not something that maybe happens in your school. So great, okay. So obviously you're all going to qualify for QTS. You're obviously all receiving a salary. You definitely have that greater teaching load, which obviously you've agreed with your school, so you know what the expectations are. I've already said you're not going to have staff in the room necessarily, but like I said, when I was with my primaries yesterday, you know, the informal observation booklet. If you did take one, I think it's really good to just have it by your door. Because I mean, how many times a day does SLT walk around and do walk-arounds, or the head pops in and so on? And I just think any feedback is good feedback. So having it by your door with that week's targets at the top, even if they give you one area of strength, that's something for you to pick up and go, right, okay, so they know, they clocked that, they said that's really good. We're going to talk about that with my mentor, I'm going to put that in my mentor meeting, and maybe they picked up something as an area of development. Great. I'm going to work on that. Obviously, you have more ownership. You're not taking the PGC. There's a star there because I know a couple of you are, so that's fine. Half a term away. Apprentices, you have an endpoint assessment in term 4. It's nothing to worry about. So basically, this term next year, another provider. So I go and do them. I'm doing them all this term. I love them. I go in, I meet them, I observe a lesson, and then we have a professional conversation afterwards where so in the lesson, I write down all the wonderful things I see in the lesson against the teacher standards. And then I ask questions like, how's your planning evolved since the very first session you've ever planned? They all go, oh, right, well, I now know this, this, and this. I, ask them about how they've set up, how have you set up these high expectations of behaviour and academic, because, they're in the palm of your hand. How have you done that? So all questions that you can answer. So for me, I always go and say, this is a celebration. You just had an amazing training year. You've got your QTS. You're in your first post. Tell me about it. Okay. So if you are an apprentice, do not worry about that at all. Again, that's even further out of your mind than away placements are. Okay. Don't think about them. You have a little Zoom. Exactly.
We're going to have a post after.
You will all get a job, have no fear. You'll have a little Zoom in June that will tell you about it, so don't worry, okay? So obviously you are all, I can see you all raring to go. You're ready for that responsibility and that ownership. Obviously, and again, you already know this because you're in schools, you know that your absence has that greater impact, because whereas your mentor isn't going to be able to necessarily step in and teach your lessons for that day, they're going to have to get cover. And so, again, I always say, don't leave without having the next day ready. I'm ready to go. So obviously as a primary school teacher, I had my trays. And so in Monday's tray, Tuesday's tray, I'd have all my resources printed off. It'd all be there. All the planning's on the computer. So if I woke up in the morning and I was ill, literally texted the head, I'm ill, it's all on the computer, resources are there, I'm going back to bed. Yeah, rather than having to go, oh, okay, well, I haven't quite finished that lesson. No one's going to finish that lesson for you, are they? So you're going to feel poorly and then have to sit there, get your laptop out, start emailing things. It's just not, and obviously I get it may take a while to get into that routine. I'm not saying you're all going to have to be like that from next week, but obviously that absence obviously does have that big impact. So just make sure you can obviously that it's ready to go for cover. Obviously we all finish at the end of the academic year. So what you can expect from us, okay, from us and from your school. So you should be having that mentor meeting. You should be having that formal observation, okay? So they're really important. Like I say, if you can get that informal feedback, even if you've got a great LSA in your class, yeah, or any adults in your class, anyone who just pops in for 5 minutes, you literally whack a post-it in front of them, write down some things for me, okay? It's really helpful. You're obviously going to have exactly the same GPS subject training as all the other trainees, okay? So the fee paying have 2 Wednesday slots with us, but we've put it in today for you, so you're not missing those 2 Wednesdays and having to come out of school, because we're really conscious about making sure we don't take you out of school as much as we can, okay? You've obviously got your home and away, and you're going to be in 2 key stages. So obviously, timetable is heavier. You'll never be on more than 90% of an ECT timetable, and obviously it should be in your contract with your school. If you're sitting there, you're not sure, hopefully you're not sure what you're teaching or your lessons or expectations or anything, just come and talk to us at break time, okay? And if across the year all of a sudden, I don't know, lesson numbers jump up and actually you're thinking, I don't think I should be on this, or I'm really struggling with this, don't ignore it. Come and talk to us, we can talk to school, we can always sort things out, okay? Likewise, actually, if you're just struggling and you're finding things really hard on the workload you're on, come and talk to us, we can talk to school, we can help, okay? We want you to leave us next July with a massive smile on your face, having had a great year, having got your QTS, ready to hit ECT year running. So anything we can do this year to help, you just need to come and talk to us, okay? So timetable support, anything else, just come and talk to us. So you've got us, you've obviously got your mentor, your skit lead, secondary, you've got your subject tutor, primary, you've got me, okay? So just come and talk. Any questions? Yes.
You said something about the Wednesdays at the start of the term, which I completely missed. I only caught the end of it. What was it that you were saying about not to come out of schools?
So there's 2 Wednesdays, the 18th and the 25th, where the fee paying are coming in and they've got training with us.
Okay.
But they are sessions that we feel are salaried that you don't need,
Okay.
or you've got them today.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fine.
so that's what, so you're not missing out on anything, but obviously we understand that having just 2 random Wednesdays, then, do you know what I mean,
Yeah.
getting cover for you and so on. We always try and work and make sure that schools are happy, but obviously we have our duty to you to make sure that we train you and you don't miss out on any training or experiences.
Okay.
Is that okay? Any other questions? Yes.
Sorry, about the Wednesdays then. Are we in next Wednesday then? Are we not?
Yeah.
We are in next week.
Wednesday, ITAPs,
Yeah,
yes,
ITAPs
you
are
are.
different.
Yeah, ITAPs
Okay.
are different. These are 2 GPS mornings, but this is your GPS for today.
That's only secondary.
Wednesday, secondary, Friday, primary. Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Because I'm part-time,
Mhm.
I'm guessing like it's all just slightly different. So I do all the training this year and then I'm just gonna be teaching the timetable next year as a teacher. Is there anything else that I don't do this year?
So this year you come to all the training, you go to all the ITAPs, so you attend all of that this year. And then next year you are teaching for those 2 or 3 days. So then we then gain the day's experience that you need, and then we give you PTS. Yeah. Yes. Question. I just got asked if you need to bring device for training days. I would, because it means you can have the PowerPoint up. So like today, you can have the PowerPoint up, you can annotate it. If you want to add things to mosaics, obviously, if you think about your training plan, where you've got to like reflect on training, or if you don't want to write it and then have to type it back up, you just get to type it straight on. Primary, we've got internet access at St. Joseph's, and obviously secondary, you've got internet access today. Yeah, yes.
When I was talking to my mentor and the skip lead at my school, they were a bit confused about one thing, and I don't know if we're gonna go on to it, but how we do like a certain percentage until the first half term teaching by us independently, and then it like goes up and it's like staggered. Is that what's going, like we teach like 2 full days and then leads to 3?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think primary is a bit easier because you can just do like a day, and then add on half a day, and add on half a day to make a full day. Whereas secondary, obviously, it's then adding on other classes and other lessons and so on. But again, all the schools are really experienced in this format. They know that they've got that it's all added. And trust me, if you talk to your mentor, they'll go, yeah, I've got you pegged for, I don't know, year 7 on a Monday and a Wednesday from October, after October half term. Okay, so they will know what your plan is for the year. We good? Wonderful. Okay, so getting organised. I'm sure you're all super organised. The other day I saw some very, very lovely plans, which I was very jealous of. So again, not teaching you to suck eggs, but just obviously start September as you mean to go on. So get ahead of the game, make sure your plan is in place. If you can have the first week or 2, you know, get that ready. I always used to sit and I used to plan week 1 and 2 in the summer, because as much as in week 1 we go, oh yeah, we've got PPA, we're back on the Monday, great, that PPA, straight away head comes to you, with pupil progress meeting then, and let's set the targets. You go, oh, I wanted to plan English for next week, all right, okay then. And so again, so after I think that was a year or two, and I was like, okay, you're on the back foot yet again. You know, I then kind of, you know, you kind of get the, even if it's the skeleton, even if you kind of got that idea of what you want to do on your days, and you talk to your job share or whatever that looks like, if you've just got that skeleton, it then means that it's just filling it in rather than obviously coming back from that meeting at 4:30 and going, right, okay, I've now got to plan my lessons for next week. So if you can, it's really helpful. So taking ownership, so have your planner, make sure you've got those long-term plans, those medium-term plans, so you know where you are going, where you're taking that learning for the children. Make sure that you know about, you know, mark books or online trackers so that you know where you've got to be putting, you know, mental maths, you know, Friday mental maths, arithmetic tests, or where you've got to put the topic pre-tests, or wherever you've got to put things. Make sure you know where they've all got to go. And I know it sounds silly, make sure you've got all the logins, everything like that, that it's all ready and good to go. Make sure you've worked with your job share, and make sure you've got maybe your seating plan, you know where they're sitting, whether it's on the carpet, whether it's at the tables. You've thought about those kind of pair chairs, or that kind of group work already. So, you know, if you are teaching on Tuesday, it's not that, oh, okay, let's have that group together, let's have that group. Make sure you kind of know who roughly are going to really work well together, pairs are going to work well together, and then obviously that can then kind of be kind of chopped and changed. And obviously, if you do chop and change things, make sure you tell your job share. Make sure you tell them if they're then coming in on the Friday, and then all of a sudden children or students have moved, they go, why are you sitting there? Oh, Miss Blah Blah moved. Oh, sorry, okay. And make sure, again, I've job shared, and have a way that you know you're going to communicate what's going on. So when I worked with Caitlin, we emailed. So on a Wednesday afternoon, I wrote an email across the 3 days. So it was just huge. So anything I have with parents and, you know, snack time problems, everything was written down. Everything that I'd done was all written there. Boom, sent it. Whereas Sam and I did the post-its, you know, on the desktop. So I wrote a massive post-it for her, and then she would then chop and change. But you've got to obviously decide and talk to your job share as to what works best for you. Make sure, again, I know you probably already know this, but any needs within your class, you know, talk to the teacher before, talk to your job share or anyone who's in your department on how best to support those. And again, just thinking about the behaviour policy in your school. Do you know if all of a sudden on that very first lesson somebody picks up and throws a chair, what you're going to do? Yeah, so do you know that behaviour policy? Do you know what those next steps are for dealing with said child who threw a chair? Is that okay? Does that make sense? Wonderful. Planner, okay, so again, just make sure you've got it. Has it got your timetable in? Do you know where they've got to go? Have they got any assemblies? Have you got to take them around at all? Anyone leading form time in secondary? Yeah, wonderful. So make sure you've got the form time, you know your PSHE lessons and so on, where to find them, that's always a good one. Collecting, returning homework, again, that's a big, some schools love homework, some schools thinks it's the devil. So, you know, what does it look like? How's it meaningful? Key dates, insets, school trips, you know, are you organising your class trip this year? Are you the one that's going to have to do the risk assessment, go and visit, do all the emails, sort out the letter? I mean, it's really, really big, isn't it? So getting ahead of that is always really good. Department meetings, phase meetings. Obviously, you're going to be going to all the staff meetings because you are a member of staff. Please do obviously put in us, make sure you're here, okay? Or at St. Joseph's, wherever you've got to be. So make sure that from the email that Katie sent last night, you've got in all the ITAC days, you've got into the training days and so on, so you know where you are. And any deadlines. So not only teaching deadlines, so thinking about maybe at October half term, you might have to have some initial assessment data input, and then obviously at Christmas. So not only those type of deadlines, obviously our deadlines as well. So we've got deadlines for your training plan every week. You're going to have your crib sheet for assessments and so on. So again, just maybe different highlighter, I love highlighter. So, yeah. Planning, obviously, you can make sure you've got your short, your medium, long-term planning, that you can access all the materials. Yeah, you know where they all are on the intranet, or I don't know, hidden in the back of a filing cabinet in the department. Make sure you know where everything is. And things like, you know, it may be that obviously you've taught science experiments, but actually when you've got to the classroom, it's all been there ready for you. So make sure you know where all of those things are within the school, because actually no one's going to set it up for you. It's going to be you. And then logins for schemes, white rows, and so on. Markbook, or that online tracker. Again, I'm sure you've already done it, but having a look at that July assessment data, so knowing where they should be coming up from. I will use the word should, not will, should be coming up from. Again, you know, you will already have them, you may be given them, you may have a conversation about them sometimes, about what obviously that target is for the end of the year. And that's from reception all the way up, isn't it, to A level, where you've got to get them there. I'll get them there. Send these, pupil premium, and then just think about what you personally want to record. Are you going to record any of your assessment for learning? So, you know, at the end of a lesson, is there anything that you are going to want to put down in any way to remind you of how they're doing, or actually have they got something in their book so you're going to be able to go from that? But if it's a practical lesson, or if it's a kind of verbal lesson, how are you going to make sure that you pick up on any children that possibly flag to you the next day or the next lesson? You know, do you record the behaviour? So I know maybe secondary, if you have to take in their homework diary, so Sarah was saying yesterday, you take their diary, don't you, and then you write a note on it, but is there something that you have to log on the system? And again, when are you going to do that? And primary, you know, again, is there a system that you need to log it on? Does it just go up on the whiteboard? Do you have a behaviour chart? I know, again, some schools, but other schools use them. So, and so on. Okay, so just have a think about what it is that you are going to need to track. Where are you going to track it? How are you going to track it? Okay. Seating plan. Again, I've already touched on this, but just think about how you position them. And again, I'm sure, you know, there's only so many front rows and there's only so many edges, aren't there? Yeah. I love mixed ability pairs. I'm sure lots of you do, because you've got that kind of peer learning along them as well. But I always kind of have especially the EAL and the pupil premium. I always have those, and I like to dot them at the end, or just make sure that I can get to them. And it's also knowing that, you know, like maybe anyone who really struggles with transition and coming up into that new and that anxiety, they might not, I mean, being at the front where then they've got everyone behind them they can't see, that might then make them feel really, really nervous, even more so. But actually having them in the back left corner where I can get to them straight away and I can check in, but then they're at the back, they can see everybody, no, you know, nothing can kind of startle them, and they can, and again, thinking really carefully about that partner who's going to hopefully not be a bulldozer. I wouldn't choose the bulldozer to be their partner, someone who's, you know, who listens and so on. Again, really nice to ask members of staff who know that cohort to think about the pairing. So when it says behaviour, it's not just, you know, your pickles. It's not just your pickles. It's those the emotional needs of them as well. And obviously, especially for primary, it's also obviously the emotional needs of the parents as well. Yeah, and Prue and SEND schools, that emotional need of the parents in September is also really high. Secondaries, you could get bamboozled with a load of emails as well. I'm not saying it's just us. Okay, so thinking about it, you know, parents need that that emotional support as well, especially the year 7s. If you think year 6, they've just had 7 years where every day they can go up, they can talk to the teacher about what's going on, then all of a sudden, in that September, 6 weeks later, they don't see a teacher, they wave goodbye, they have to trust that their 11-year-old, laden down with like a million bags, in uniform 4 sizes too big, is going to get to the school, not only get to the school, get to where they've got to go, get to their classrooms, don't lose anything. So yeah, so there's a lot to think about. Yes. Send. Think about, you just know where and how to access the information, obviously who the Senko is, you all know who your Senko is, but also things like the days that they work. I think Senko roles just get bigger and bigger and bigger. I know at my old school, there was one day a week where she actually used to work from home just to try and get on top of all the paperwork. So it's then knowing who to go to on that day if you need advice or support, and then how to seek it. So for TAs, key workers, Senko teachers, so just how to seek advice. And again, you probably already know a lot of the staff within the school, but who's happy to just be grabbed in the corridor, and who actually, you don't do that, you send them an email, and they much prefer that. So it's just kind of getting to know, you know, who's going to be contactable in which way. Behaviour, obviously, again, I kind of have a couple that actually you've got the children that you had last year, so that's really exciting. And also I think doubly exciting to see how much they've grown up and matured over those 6 weeks. Because I used to have these little year ones come in to visit me in the July, where I was super uber nice and visit, and then in September they all of a sudden, I swear they were up there. Like, oh, you're two, what are you doing? So yeah, they really do grow up. They also do forget a lot of things, so don't forget that one. But so think about how you're going to build those relationships. I'm hoping next week, you know, you've got a couple of kind of icebreaker activities. I used to, we were the hedgehog class, so I used to print up. I know secondary, apologies, but primary, you know, I was year 2. So I used to print off hedgehogs. I pretended that hedgehogs have personalities. I said, you know, they were brave and they were resilient, and they were adventurous and blah, 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 blah. And then they used to have to choose which word they were going to empower themselves with that year. And then I used to get to decorate it in collage and blah, 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 blah. But then that meant that I could go around, I could talk to them. I'd say, so why do you need to be brave this year? Oh, because I'm really nervous about, I don't know, get my pen license. Okay, well, don't worry, we're going to practice this. We could do this, or, you know, I'm going to be really resilient because I find maths really hard. Well, that's okay, because actually Miss Bissett can help you with your maths, and we can do X, Y, and Z. So obviously, icebreaker for secondary possibly won't be making up stories about animals, but you know, you can have those, you know, two truths and a lie. You know, there's loads of other ways that you can get to know them, while obviously hitting the ground running and obviously teaching algebra in lesson 1. And again, thinking about that lesson, that learning time, what are your routines going to be? So in that very first lesson, as they walk in through that door, are you going to be at the door greeting them? Are you going to be at the front? What have you got up on the board for them to engage with straight away? So I think secondary, obviously they come in for form time, don't they? And then it's boom off to English or maths or wherever it is. Primary, obviously it's that, where's your peg, and so on. But then in that first lesson, you know, what are those routines going to be? What are your expectations? And again, if you're job shared, do you have those same expectations? Are you actually going to come up with the class rules together, and have your kind of partner in crime with you, and so on? And then thinking about, especially next week, you're going to be excited, but you're going to be nervous, yeah, possibly nervous, possibly kind of excited, anxious, regulating your responses, keeping calm, keeping in control, and leading with the positive, not the negative. Okay. So this is a nice bit of a chat for you, because I feel like I've been talking for a bit. So think about expectations. So, you know, this one school did everything around respect. So for themselves, for others in the environment, they talked about what the 3 things mean and so on. So I'm going to stop talking now and give you a couple of minutes to talk about what next week's going to look like for you. So how are you going to set your expectations? How are you going to set your class rules? How are you going to tell them where they need to be? How they're going to move around? What they've got to have with them? Off you go.
Rewriting. wanna be in a teach that lesson plan. I can do this.
Maybe in the, after.
I want to tweak it, but I did then ask her about tweaking it, and I was like, okay, well, everyone's following it so far, so I don't know what my parameters that I'm within it. I think it's fun about finding a balance with it. And also I think it was
We have 3 points of time, but they and that's not law school, we don't do anything to make it bad.
it's about
We're
5.9 between.
So every so I can imagine, yeah. No, but in year 3, we're doing year 3 and 4, we have so we were finding this is like each and then just so we can go to those actual ticket points that we start posting. So they should do so, and if that throughout school. It's the best way, and then it's like, I think it's to shut back. Well, I think we know kind of easily react.
The reason I got locked out all day when that's
I know it's that.
Yeah.
And it's always, it's completely the kids gonna give me on, yeah, sounds like.
I need to.
They could be, I think that's it, it's been, yeah, it's exactly well, they go there, and it's yeah. And not letting them. So that, they know, and they want to come back to it.
I think for me, I just do like this, so like some
Yeah.
maybe there's some so like what that would ensure how the thing down like
They a lot
But there's a couple that are still not the same.
Great home life, yes, they have a great 6 weeks, whereas those that don't, they trade the same occasion on a school don't get it. Very different to, so you've got 2 incidents, that's really good.
I'm sure they'll have some.
So we said, I've been talking to the teacher that I'll be working alongside, and we're going to be doing, helping the children to set class rules, give them a bit of ownership.
but always being steered to the sort of general that the whole school uses.
Absolutely.
And we found that that really works well. It gives them that bit of ownership, and it makes it more tangible for them. So when they're not following this, well, come on guys, we created these rules.
Yeah.
And yeah, we can steer that same, it all comes back to respect, and whether it's our lower ability students where we're signing, good hands or good
Yeah.
listening, all the way up to, right guys, come on, what's respect? You're our oldest ones. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing, setting that from day one and making sure that the pupils know this is what we're doing and give them that ownership.
Yeah, brilliant. I used to have my class rules written up already, typed and printed off. But then obviously we used to sit and together and write them, and I'd be like, yeah, so okay, so that's
it.
that's your body, yeah, and that's a learning one, yeah. And I used to kind of move it around and go, is this just type those up? It's what you just said in 5 clear rules. Right, okay, everyone, now sign it, laminated on the board. That's it now. You signed your life away for the next 11 months. But yeah, definitely, that's lovely. Anyone else? Yes.
So I'm teaching reception in next week. So I think it's a bit different with them because like we were talking about, some of them have never been to nursery before, some of them might not have those boundaries at home. So, and I've come from an early years background myself. So I know we've always had like 5 golden rules at nursery, but they'd still come out with the don't headbutt your friend in the toilet, or like don't kick your friend until they cry. I know, yeah, that is a good rule, but like that's not what we're going for.
Yeah, if that comes under your
Under the
bracket, don't hurt.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that I'm personally going to, because I share my class with the Senko on the days I'm not in. And we've talked about how like we're gonna relay the rules to them.
Yes.
And then we can discuss it, because there isn't that clearer understanding when they're all coming from different backgrounds, like even like different types of nurseries might not have rules and things like that. And like my easing into it, we only have like 10 children on the first day. So we've got like the all about me, and it's like a lot slower than it is like everyone else, sorry. And we have so much fun doing lots of fun. But like I get to know them and you've got longer to keep going with that. And then we also do read, write, ink. So all of our social cues and things that will be like the same as read, write, ink. That's what our school wants us to do. So like my turn, your turn, and trying to learn that myself, and also trying to teach them at the same time. Our cues.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've taught reception. I love reception. So first couple of weeks, they paint who lives in their house with them, and they draw themselves, and it's lovely because you really get to know them, which I find you don't necessarily get in any of the other year groups, because you do seem to just have to kind of hit the ground running. You might have, a couple of little touchy-feely, oh, that's nice, that's your name. Right, lovely, let's start with English. So I've got to teach you subordinate clauses and everything this year, and you've got to do it 15 times in a piece of writing. And so, yeah, it does snowball, doesn't it? So yeah, yours is going to look different. But again, it does ramp up very quickly, doesn't it? Where it's, phonics, maths, lovely. Was that, yes?
Yeah, I'm the opposite end of I'm teaching, I think, just 6th formers in my main school.
You've got the big kids.
Yeah.
You've got the big kids.
Yeah, they're not that much younger than me, which is a bit. With regards to like respect for self, quite obviously a lot of what 6th form ends up being is kind of teaching them to be independent as possible.
Yeah.
Especially because the subject that I'm teaching media studies, that's quite a coursework based subject. So I suppose like saying you guys need to, obviously we will help you, and if you have any problems then you can come to us, but you are expected to, take notes when you need to take notes. You need to have the deadlines in your planners or diaries or your phones or however you choose to. So kind of saying straight away, because especially because one of the 2 courses that I'm teaching, I was in the equivalent lessons last year with one of my key students that I worked with as a TA, and a lot of them were just not really able to kind of hack the new way of working when you get to 6th form, where you don't have necessarily as much structure, and they kind of just saw the class as a bit of a kind of like
just continuation.
Yeah, exactly.
Really
Whereas
cool.
actually it kind of needs to be like the opposite way around. It needs to be that you, like, your free time, because you get a lot of free time in 6th form, your free time needs to be a continuation of what you do in the lessons, which needs to be like, you have coursework, you need to do it.
Yeah.
So
I do
expect-
find that's kind of a tricky part of sixth form, because you're
Yeah.
still part of that same school normally, whereas when you leave and you go to a college, it's more like, that's it, like, that's now finished.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to be, I'm going to be turning 17 and I'm going to, I've got to be an adult.
It's like the difference between like when you go to college, I suppose that's like moving from like primary school to secondary school, where it's like, wow, you know,
Exactly, yeah, it's a
like,
big- it's a start.
Yeah, everybody here is like, it's almost like a university, like,
Yeah.
everybody is a, you know,
Yeah.
professor or the equivalent for a sixth form college, whereas like, when you're moving from a secondary school to a sixth, especially because the sixth form is attached to the secondary school.
Yeah, when you're on the same, plot of
It's like,
land.
oh, now I'm just like.
Yes, I just get to wear a suit
Well-
instead of, yeah. I mean, to be fair, no matter if they're 4 years old or they're 18 years old, it's still like herding cats.
Yeah.
So we are all in the same boat in that respect. Right, thank you so much, everyone. Well, just that, so I'm going to go on. So first lessons. So thinking about your lessons next week and the next week. So obviously, if you've got 2 inset days, and then obviously you're here on Wednesday, actually your first lesson might not be till the second week. If you know what they are, what do you want to achieve? And actually, is the learning a byproduct? Because actually you want to set those kind of behavioural expectations, you want them to have that. I always had that. The first couple of lessons, actually, if we didn't get anything in the books, that's okay. If we didn't get through my lesson plan, it's okay. Because actually, what I want you to do is I want you to be able to come in from outside. I want you to be able to sit on the carpet with whiteboard, pen and rubber without smacking someone in the face with it. I want you to be able to move, put those away, go to the table, cut, do you know what I mean? All of those bits were more important than possibly getting a sentence in the book. But again, every school different, so you have to work with the parameter.
See, that's appropriate for a secondary, or is that a form time sort of thing, really focus on behaviour? I'm not used to being in mainstream.
Well, see,
So if you're teaching English, for example,
Yeah.
would you go in with respect?
Well, I think in your first lesson, you are going to have to outline, if
How
you're
things are
teaching
gonna be,
year 7,
yes.
8 and 9,
Yes.
you are going to have to outline, because
Mhm.
possibly, an English lesson behaviour, like expectations are going to be different
Yes.
from a PE lesson,
Yes.
different from a science experiment lesson, tweaking. At the end of the day, we're not throwing chairs, we're listening to the teacher, like we've got those fundamentals, haven't we? So form time, they will have talked about that and remind you of, how to move around the school and so on. But I think it would never hurt for you to say, my name's blah, blah, okay, let's talk about what English is going to look like this year. And what do I expect from you? What am I going to give you? So I'm going to do this, this and this. I'm going to show you respect. I'm going to impart the learning. I'm here to help you. This is my job. What do you think your job is now in the classroom with me? And then get them to outline that they're going to listen, they're not going to talk, they're going to be respectful, they're going to try their hardest for you. If they're stuck, they're going to put their hand up, that kind of thing. And then plough into
Yes, so it's
Shakespeare's.
the beginning.
Well, whatever it is.
You don't have to dwell on it the whole.
No, not at all. No, so I'm thinking more primary wise when, reception, you teach them how to sit on the floor with their legs crossed. And the first time you cross their legs, they go back like a weevil, and they go back on their back, and they're like a turtle. And you have to kind of pull them back up and go, right, so now balance. And they cross their,
Yeah, my daughter's at that stage.
Yeah, there we go. So thinking about structure, like I was just saying, have you planned them? Are you planning them? Are you going to plan them? How are you feeling about that? And is there anything else that you're doing or have done to prepare for the term ahead that possibly you could share on your table to help anybody else? Okay, so 2 minutes quick chat. I'm come to that back table because I'm literally at
So mine's not really changed. I'm doing
We're doing this in our. So
confusing. I think that's why. Yeah, I know, but the lessons having some very yeah. Makes you like happy all the time. I find that hard. I'm just like. Yeah. So I got all the. I know I got what can you do? My mentor has to do this master shit, so she'll like be able to tell me. That's like, yeah, that's the main thing. It's very like, oh, I don't know. I think it's something that's not used. Yeah, but that's yeah, I mean, maybe that I get myself in there, they're out. We think they're gonna be there, and then they came out, and I was like, read it, and then she's like registering it, and it's like, each question.
Yeah, I got it.
And when I got to get to my prize, we
Okay, thanks everyone. I'm really grateful that when it is that talking time, you are just kind of all sharing, and it's really lovely. I can see some people are taking notes. You are getting some kind of top tips from each other, so that's really nice as well. So obviously you're going to, as I said, introduce yourself. I am Miss, Mr, Mrs, Ms. Have those expectations. Share that information about the subject. So if you are English and it is, I don't know, Romeo and Juliet, sharing, this is our topic. These are the types of things we're going to be doing across this 3-week or this 2-week. And, you know, it's just so, I always say, we all like to know where we're going, don't we? And so, and the children, the students do too. Whether it's, you know, a week on the 3 Little Pigs, you know, we're going to read a story today and we're going to act it out tomorrow, and what, you know, whatever that looks like. We're learning about adding 2 two-digit numbers, or we're learning about long division. We're going to do it across 2 weeks. So what does it look like? Thinking about assessing that prior learning. Again, I said yesterday, primary, and I know Josie will have said to the secondary, you know, thinking about what knowledge should they be coming up with? And I say should be, because they may not. They may have forgotten it. They may actually be slightly further. They may be, I don't know, if your subject is space, and actually they don't do space topic and any other year group until year 5. I mean, space is a really cool topic. So you'll have some children who are going to come in, who are like, I know that space, I know this, I know this, I know this, I know this. You're going to have other children who don't care about space, who are going to know anything. So really thinking about that prior learning, that what they already know, to make sure that you are then building on everybody's knowledge is really important. Is there, I'm going to put it out there, even secondaries, is there some fun, exciting, interesting activity, which I'm sure you've all got planned in already, doesn't need to be decorating hedgehog, but something in your Romeo and Juliet lesson, you know, that actually really gets them to chat and they can express themselves, and you get that opportunity to go round and maybe talk to them as well. So again, I know we only had this 2 days ago. So again, we're not teaching you to suck eggs, but I just wanted to just kind of, we're just going to quickly just go back over a lesson, and we're just going to think about the starters and the inputs. Okay, so obviously, think when you're doing your lesson, are you having that thing up on the board as they walk in? They don't have enough chance to misbehave. What? Right, I'm going to do this because I really want to impress Miss or Sir. Okay, how are you going to introduce that learning objective? How are you going to impart that knowledge, or how are the children going to get that knowledge? Doesn't always have to be you, does it? Okay, so how are they going to get it? What does that student practice look like? How are they going to demonstrate to you? How are they going to show that they've learned something within your lesson? Whether it's knowledge-based, whether it's skill-based, how are they going to demonstrate that? How are you going to check that they are actually learning within your lesson? Are you using mini whiteboards? Is it hands up? Have you got green and red cards? Are you doing pair shares where they're sharing that information? What does that look like? And then, if they're not getting it, what does your intervention look like? So if they're struggling with something, if it's 1 or 2 children, what are you going to do? If it's a group, what are you going to do? If it's the whole class, what are you going to do? Okay, so just have a think about that. You're also going to talk about that this afternoon with Josie. So thinking about that, and also making sure that if you have got that eager beaver who knows all about space, comes in, how are you going to make sure that you're deepening that learning for those children as well, so they're not coasting? We don't want anyone to coast, do we? We want everyone to come into our classroom, and we want them to be challenged so that they are deepening their learning at whatever point that they are. And then, do you have time for that plenary? And as I said, yeah, it doesn't have to be all singing and all dancing. It shouldn't take you half an hour to plan it. Is it that they are going to share their favourite? They're going to share their favourite sentence, or are you going to ask them to share their answers? Are you going to get them to mark something from the board? So what is it? How are they going to demonstrate what they've learned for you? Or actually, if it's Romeo and Juliet, and actually the next lesson is on when she dies, are you going to have an image up on the board? Say, oh, what could happen? You know, that's about next lesson. What do you think is going to happen and why? Talk to your partner. Just have, you know, who, what, where around it. So thinking about that as well. We talked about this, so I'm not going to ask you to talk about the course of starters again. We talked about that on Wednesday. But obviously, just make sure that you're setting that tone. It also sets the pace, because we obviously don't want a 20-minute long starter, because otherwise then we're not going to get onto anything else. So making sure that you're pacey. Has everyone got, you know, on your whiteboard, you've got timers, your sound timers? Have you got the clock right at the back of the classroom so you can constantly looking? Do you look at your watch? Can you set, when I had my iWatch, I used to set the timer. 1 minute, go. You've got 1 minute, because my 1 minute sometimes can be about 5 seconds, because sometimes be about 8 minutes. So I'm not very good at telling the time, especially when you get suckered into a pair share, when you get suckered into a group. You're laughing, you're smiling, yeah. Loads of you are smiling and grinning, because yes, if you get suckered in on something, your 1 minute or your 2 minutes has turned into 5 minutes. You go, oh no, right, quick, we need to now catch up for the rest of the lesson, and it sets you a bit panicky. Make sure it provides that direction. So whether it is learning from the lesson before, whether it's learning from the week before, the month before, the year before, you know, right, we're coming back to learning about, I can't think of any form of word, throwing, right? You learn about throwing in year 8. What does it look like in year 9? Okay, you can tell I'm PE based, can't you? Can provide that bigger picture. So if it is the first one in a topic, having a nice image or a word, or you know those I want to call them wordles, but I don't think they are. You know, when you put loads of words and all of a sudden it comes out in a big image and it has like teach our things and training. But you know, you can make one of those for the topic of World War II. And then you say, right, okay, so what, you know, and then have questions. What words jump out at you? Why does it jump out? What do you want to learn and why? And again, that real discussion is always really nice. Avoiding it, so pitfalls for starters, timing, always timing. Don't let it dominate and become the actual input. If it's creative, ensure it's purposeful. So if you're going for a cutting, sticking activity, think about how long it's going to take you to cut something out, because if actually it's going to take you 20 minutes to cut something out, don't do it. Okay, don't do it. And you know, even you know, 18-year-olds, well, we'll take our time with this one, right? Here we go. So, you know, think about it. If it's creative, just make sure whatever it is, that it's purposeful. It's not oh, just whack that up until they all get in. It should be, as they come in that classroom, what they're doing is meaningful, it's towards their learning, it's either recapping it, it's calling it, it's consolidating it, or it's introducing something new. Okay, there we go. Again, we talked about this, so, and I'm hoping on Wednesday you shared all those lovely starters that you yourself have done, or that you've seen within lessons as well. So the 3 types of starters are retrieval practice, so where they literally, you've got it up, we learned this yesterday, or we learned this last week, answer these questions, let me see, can you remember what it is that you've got to be, that we're going to be using today to move our learning on. They can be the hooks, again, which I just said, you can have that painting up, you can have that image up, you can have that word up, it doesn't have to be on the board, you can have a physical object. What do you think we might be learning about today? But have that hook. I've had, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm primary, but you know, I've had a letter on the step from the Queen asking the children. She asked the children to create portraits of her great grandchildren, because in art we were doing portraits. So you know, really nice hook. So anything like that is always really fun. Homework. Great way to make it meaningful. Let's mark it rather than maybe collecting it in. You mark it, but then they don't get it back. They don't know how they've done. So marking homework is always a nice starter, especially if it leads into that lesson. And also you can pick out those misconceptions. So if they've all got question 8 wrong, right, great. I'm going to quickly come over to the flip chart. Let's talk that one through. Let's nip that misconception in the bud before moving on to today's lesson. Retrieval practice, that's stronger memory traces. So they're making those links, that they're creating those schemas in their memory. And it's far more likely for it to then obviously go into that long-term memory, which is really important. I've said all this already, they're on task. It allows you to get those misconceptions. You then know if they're actually ready for that lesson, which is really good. Embeds things further and linking it with the schemas. Wonderful, I said that already. So here's an example. So you could have quite a few questions up on the board. It could be about history or geography or English or math. It could be anything at all. And then it could be from the last lesson. It could all be from the last lesson, but you can, I quite like this because it's really pulling from learning. And I worked with a trainee who introduced it, and she had 4 questions, and it was yesterday, last week, last month, last year. And so, but it was all within that topic. So if it was addition, but there was then one from last year, and that was really nice, especially when you think of the high years 5, 6, 7, where actually when you come to year 6, you've got to use everything you've learned so far. When you get to GCSE, you've got to learn all that you've learned so far. Actually pulling from prior years is really nice. Hooks, I've said about, sometimes your school might call them a thunk, so it gets them thinking, which is nice, and it gains their attention immediately. So again, here's some nice ones. You've got connecting backwards, so thinking about similarities or finding some differences before then kind of moving into that new topic of volcanoes or and spectacles. And homework, For you, it can be very time consuming if you've got 30 pieces of homework to mark on top of then the learning from that day and then the other 3 lessons you taught that day. So getting them to mark it is obviously really, really useful and they get to see how they've done. So embedding is really helpful. So homework review, here's a couple of examples. So year 5, you know, if their homework was on mummification, having some of those words up, after you've then marked it, you know, getting them to do that. And then A-level sociology, revising the 5 studies and so on. Okay? Any questions on starters before I go back? Yes.
The tip you mentioned from your training as in that kind of grid with the questions.
Yes.
So then I obviously need to know what they should have learned last year.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Which you hopefully, a reception is great because that's where you're starting, you know, and you will then think about what they've learned in nursery. But like you say, nurseries are so different. Some of them are, you know, forest schools, they're outside, others aren't, others are more of the inside. You know, do they push role play more than they push, you know, some of them do phonics, some of them don't touch phonics with a barge pole. So it's all very different. Whereas from year 1 upwards, you are definitely thinking about what did they learn last year? Because that should be their starting point, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
It's a very practical question. Is this PowerPoint, is this available somewhere so that?
Should be on Mosaic for you.
Okay, right, I
Yeah.
just need to find it.
It's in induction.
Induction folder.
Induction,
Yes.
right.
So I go to a special school. And I
Yes.
feel like I don't really use traditional starters at all.
That's fine.
because Would that impact like my observation, or am I
Not
gonna?
at all. No, because you've got to, no matter what provision you're in, you're going to be doing what's best for children. So your lesson plan will be tailored towards what works best, and yours will as well, what works best for those children. But then in your away school, you are then going to have that opportunity, and that's what we want. We just want you to have the opportunity to do a typical lesson plan. Yeah, and I do it very loosely. Yeah.
Okay.
Just for me as well, obviously PE, like I don't have a whiteboard or like anything like that. So maybe we catch up with some ideas and like, how would
But can you
you
not just take a mini whiteboard out with you?
potentially?
Yeah.
And just have it on there.
Absolutely, yeah, and I know like at Salaried, they'll start inside where they've got the big whiteboard where they'll demonstrate stuff, and then they go outside. Have you got a wheelie like that one, a wheelie flip chart? Take it out with you. Yeah, take it out with you. IKEA have a little wooden one, I think like 50. I'm not saying, I would never tell anyone you don't have to go and buy anything, you ask the school to get it for you, but also it folds flat, so you can pop it under your arm, off you go. And they're not big and, yeah. But again, you've got to do what works for you in your setting, because then in your away setting, you'll have a different experience. Yeah. Yes.
In primary, I know it's very different secondary. When they come in the morning, you know, when they like, stage 1 especially, if they sit down on the carpet, stage 2 they go to their desks. That thing in the morning that you have on the board, is that classed as a starter, or is that just like getting ready for the morning? You know, when they normally have.
That's normally getting ready for the morning kind of thing.
Okay.
But I think especially at the beginning, for you, as they're coming in and they're going to be sitting down, having something on the board for them will be probably the whole lesson. Because then by the time they've all trickled in over the 10 minutes, they take off their shoes instead of just hanging up their bag, and like there's just general chaos. You're going to go, right, everyone, brilliant, you've been sitting on the carpet all way too long. Off you go, and you'll be calling them over one-to-one, and you'll be doing that all about need form. And I think just for anyone, whether they're on the carpet or whether they're at the tables, just always be mindful of the time and just a bit of a movement break. So when I was in reception and Key Stage 1, yeah, they come in, they put the stuff away, they could be on the carpet for 10, 15 minutes before then I do the register, and then I actually want to start the first lesson. So then you get them up. I mean, you know, I put on a bit of music, dance around the classroom. You've got that, I'm going to sound silly, that freeze on YouTube. They're like dancing and freeze. And then they all have to freeze, and they're really fun. And secondary, I'm sure that you've got like mindfulness stuff. You've got yoga, even just playing just classical music, and just give them a chance to just decompress for a couple of moments before they're moving on. It can be helpful as well. Is that okay? Okay, so thinking about inputs, So you've done your starter, you've introduced your learning objective, now it's thinking about imparting that new knowledge. Obviously, just making sure that it's in those small, manageable steps. So like White Rose Maths is a great example of that, isn't it? So every lesson, it just builds and builds and builds and builds and builds, doesn't it? Which is really nice. I always find English, for me personally, was always kind of the harder one, because you don't necessarily have like an English scheme, as it were. Everything else kind of comes with a scheme, but English I would kind of think is kind of down to the school. But making sure that you're introducing those small steps and then reinforcing those small steps. So obviously, if you teach an adjective or a noun phrase, you can't just teach that once. You've got to go back again and again and again and again to make sure that they're using it all the time. Limit the amount of materials that they receive at one time. So thinking about that cognitive load. And I know from this table, we're talking about the PowerPoints that they've looked at for those first couple of weeks, and there's like an image. An image is great, but then you've got to know what to talk about with that image. So again, I know, you've been saying about, making sure that within the notes, do you know where you're going with it, or where the department wanted you to go with it, and so on. So making sure it's not all singing, all dancing, things are whizzing on, things are, blowing up, whatever it is. Try and think of your boards cognitive overload less. Yeah. So for example, if I wanted the children to think about adjectives, I'd have the question, what is an adjective? And then I'd have a picture of a whiteboard pen and a rubber. Done. So then I know what they want to do, rather than having maybe a massive box full of loads of different adjectives and so on. So just thinking about, again, we're going to talk about cognitive load later on, but just thinking about the amount of materials that you're asking them to access throughout each lesson. Clear, detailed instructions and explanations. And if they're not getting it, do you yourself need to change the way that you're explaining something? So thinking about, it's not, if the whole class aren't getting something, or a group of children aren't getting something, or even one child isn't getting something, do you need to change the way that you're phrasing something? Do you need to look at that peer help to see if they can word it differently for you? Try not to ask that large number of questions all in one go. One question, pause, get the answer, next question, and so on. Thinking about models, again, I call them a waggle, so what a good one looks like. So making sure that you've got not only that kind of pre-made model, but also doing that shared modelling of writing, or that maths piece, or creating the diagram, or physically demonstrating the chess pass, or doing the experiment. Thinking aloud is really important, because they can't hear what's going on in your head. So just make sure you just talk through everything. And I think especially at the beginning of the year, talking through your actions and what it is that you're doing and why you're doing it is also really important as well. So I'm going to stand at the front and I'm going to wait for everybody to be looking at me, because then you're showing me respect and we can start our lesson. Thank you very much. Okay, and then moving on. So not only the academic side, but your expectations as well, because they will be listening, they'll be hearing it, they'll know what you're looking for. Make sure you're guiding that student practice. Again, goes without saying, but as obviously they're all then having to go, you're not going to go to your desk, quickly check what the next lesson is, sit down, have a cup of tea, you're up, you're around, you're going round, you're marking, you're supporting where needed, checking for that understanding, and giving that scaffold, giving that support if needed, or pushing them on if needed as well. So when I said about it doesn't all have to be you, it doesn't all have to be your voice, are there models that, is there a waggle that you can put on the table? They've all got to pull it apart. So if they are writing if they're looking for features of a letter, give them a letter. Can they pull that letter apart and tell you what a letter includes, rather than you having the letter at the front going, so it starts with the name and the address, and then it has the, you don't have to do that. What can you give them that they've got to do? Get them active in their learning. Videos, clips, images, text to read as a class or in groups, and then expert groups, which I mentioned yesterday to primary, which is where each table learns about something in detail. So, if we're learning about space, I'd say, right, guys, so if we're learning about, Mercury, I'd say, right, you guys, you're gonna learn about Mercury, and you're gonna tell me about what the actual planet is like itself. And then I might come to this table, I'm not even gonna have 4 things to say, but this table, I'd say, you're gonna tell me about Mercury's atmosphere, and you're gonna tell me what's immediately around Mercury. And then I'm gonna come to you and I'm gonna say, you're gonna tell me about Mercury's neighbours, you're gonna tell me what's around Mercury, and you're gonna give me some really fun facts about it, some facts that nobody knows about it. And then, so you're an expert on the actual planet, you're the expert on its atmosphere, on the neighbours, and you've got some fun facts for me. And then I would pair you up. So I'd say, you're number one, you're number one, you're number one, you're number one. You're going to all come sit together and you teach each other. So you'd sit down and you teach those other children in your group. Sorry, not children, trainees, people, adults, sorry. What you've learned. So then you become an expert, because although you're an expert in the atmosphere, you would then become an expert in the actual planet, you become an expert in the neighbours, you become an expert in some facts. Does that make sense, everyone? Yeah? And it works really well because they've got to engage, they've got to listen, they've got to do it because they're responsible not only for their own learning, but those children that they're going to be joining up with. It's up to them to teach those children in that group, and then you as a teacher, you manage that. And I'm not saying that's easy, I'm not saying that's easy, but you then manage that and you make sure that everybody's focused and that you're actually not imparting the knowledge at all. It's quite a fun way. Yes, Michelle?
In terms of the waggle, maybe you have mentioned it, but I didn't hear it. So, they pull it apart, then they find all those speeches.
Yeah.
And then
they feed it back to you.
Feed it back to me, but that's not a plenary, that's just feedback.
No, that would just be, for me, that would be the activity. So, if you're starting to think about writing letters within your unit, the first thing they need to do is they need to know what a letter is and what the parts of a letter are.
Yeah.
So I would say, right, so then they pull that apart. And then whereas you guys might have seen that it starts with dear, you might have not noticed that yours sincerely. But then I might give you a couple of different muggles, and then they might say, oh, well, actually, this one says yours faithfully. Oh, so you don't want to use the same one. And then you'd compile like a success criteria for writing a letter together as a class, but rather than you just giving it, because they're not going to remember that, if you get them to find it, if you get them to find those features, they're more likely to remember those features when they've got to do it themselves.
So then put that pulling apart is the activity.
Could be one of the activities.
The success criteria is the other.
Yeah, they make the success criteria, and then that might have taken, say, 20 minutes, and then you might think about, okay, so we're going to now think about who we're going to write our letter to. And then also then you might read the letter that has been sent you from the Queen, and so on. Yeah, cool, that's okay. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes now. Well, 8 minutes with 2 minutes feedback, if that's okay. We've got 15 minutes, then it's break, okay? So I just wanted you just to have a think, and again, chat on your table, okay? Thinking about those first lessons. What icebreakers have you possibly got up your sleeve? Is there any homework you're going to be setting in those first couple of lessons or that first week? Are there any quizzes that you could do that are low stakes that are going to either gain that prior knowledge or engage them in kind of what's going to be coming up? Any activities that are going to really light the fire? So if you're an English teacher or a media teacher, how are you going to get them to be like, yes, I can't wait for a second lesson, instead of, oh, we're at the second, no, I'm joking. What are your routines going to be? And what are your expectations going to be? Okay, so I'm going to give you 8 minutes, just talk about anything else, or really anything that's worrying you, anything you just want to talk about with your new friends on the table. Okay? Off you go.
And then if you do the best in that
And they were saying like, oh, I think about it's really amazing. And you know, yes, when you think it's going to work out.
The expectation is very
Imagine how she's reacting. I mean, like, Yeah, so I'm thinking how I would do it. And I'm
I
like,
can still find a rule that's all very exciting.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it's,
Yeah.
funding also leading like that.
I mean, doesn't suppose if you were going to.
It's been a really to be Every morning, snack, lunch, and day prep. I also need a.
and I do also think that we need to like. Or maybe not. What do you like on this subject?
Yeah, I'll call whenever
I remember doing
Year 12. So I'm like, well, when I went to my interview lesson, like, I like, I was like, a bit mature, they were so into Yeah. Yeah, I started trying to find so they know where things are. I think we don't really do, we had a get to know you session all summer, so we've done with tutors and live, we did chat about ourselves and all the rest, they did.
That was always my view of it. And luckily, I was already got new manager.
Everybody got it. On Tuesday, we had to be
She's always come back and excuse that. Yeah.
Sunday, you're not gonna say.
I used to remember the time, I used to, what did they just say? They literally like this. And then they didn't say it, and it's just, and I'd be like, oh, you come back. Let's say it's random, that's really yeah. If you do it in a way so it's like more of a job, I guess, then it works. When I was leaving, I came in and but we're not hard, we just need a balance when. And they were just like, like a 17. We get right. Just kind of, I think it's because screaming when you want to go out like John. You're like, yeah, this is great. And do those things. That's why I'm like quite intrigued. Going back really, they're gonna get one. I don't know. Yeah. I actually know that. I live in my parents live in West.
Yeah. July. See you later. They then have the old you get to reach people, you clear out the cupboard, you get everything. You know, you can also
and then they
nothing like that.
like one today that actually is.
Well, I've said the girls were
We just asked them.
once the girls were
Yeah.
great girls. Apparently, they said that you come back to the end and
But yeah, and also
you're so sure to come down there. I mean, even when
actually we had to have one here.
teacher was like, I think that.
Yeah, but then once they're in, you're not like, let's scroll and raise the way to stop. And I had a question.
That's what I mean.
I take to say they're better now, and they try to like pressure and it was really stupid.
Even
Someone's casting step. I'm like, that's a good question, because I'd be like, oh, okay, Vivian, she was talking about it. And I asked her friend, and she like, not completely things that work there.
oh, there's
So like things like that. Like, you know, like really question. I love stuff like that. Yeah, that would be
I think Thursday, Friday, Wednesday,
yeah.
the teachers, PTA
Yeah, we did it like. Yeah, we like did that. It took some time.
Well, yeah, your own required to be in the school, and you're paid.
That was the thing.
Do you know what?
I don't know how they work. We work with primary,
Right.
people make it by themselves.
I live in nine, so we actually have to do that.
Okay, everyone. Again, if you deviated off from that, you weren't talking about that, but you were talking about, you know, life, what's coming up in the next couple of weeks. That's absolutely fine. That's kind of, that is the purpose of today as well, is to network, to get to know each other, and to be that kind of that support system for each other, which is really nice. So just to finish off, okay, again, marking is a big thing, isn't it? Some schools are no marking, some schools mark everything, some schools mark like a small group of the books from each lesson across the week and so on. It's all really different. So just make sure that you know what your school's marking policy is. so that next week you can hit the ground running. And again, think about, you know, what needs to be marked and why. Yeah, is there anything self-assessment, peer assessment wise that can be done? Deciding on the next steps. So, you know, if they haven't got it quite right, do they get, you know, a challenge at the bottom? If they've all got a particular question or a particular concept wrong, actually you're just going to put that as the starter for the next lesson, and scrap whatever it is that you have or add it on. So just have a think about, again, marking should be meaningful. It shouldn't just be, right, I've ticked it, great, that's it. Or great, I've ticked it, I got a couple wrong, but I've still got to move on. I've still got to teach that next lesson. If you spend time marking, so what? So what are you going to do with that information? If it's that actually they've done really well, maybe there was one little tweak, so there's one person that you're going to catch about what they did, great. If actually there's maybe a larger theme or there's a misconception, address it. And then it means that that time that you just spent is meaningful, and it's meaningful for those children as well. Within the marking, are there codes, are there symbols, especially thinking not even about age group, but just time-wise, you know, rather than writing out a whole sentence, is there just a symbol, a stamp, something you can put in the book that the children then understand what it is? So like I used to have, don't forget capital letters, or don't forget, or I used to put a capital ABC, which meant you've got your capital letters. But again, higher up, you know, there should be codes, you know, even SB for spelling. If you're marking something that possibly you've got to be grading, I normally start with someone who I think might be scoring quite high, because then you've got kind of that benchmark, and then you can start comparing and, you know, kind of that kind of comparative marking. I think comparative marking is really good across the phase, across department, across year group as well. That's always really helpful. So, you know, if you mark, say, you know, 3 pieces of writing, go and talk to someone else in the department. Are they on line with your levels? And do they say that's I don't know, an A, a B and a C? Or are they thinking actually that's a B, a C and a D? Are you actually being too harsh a marker, or are you being too lenient a marker? To make sure, again, early doors, you do that, because what you don't want to be doing is inputting grades or inputting numbers and then going, oh, okay, so no, in September I was a bit easy on marking, or I was a bit harsh on marking. Actually, October's more true. So just make sure that's there. A whole class feedback sheet. Has anyone used those? Yeah. If you'd like to elaborate, please do.
I generally give them an overall idea. If I have finished an assessment, I give them my idea what part has gone well in the first section, and then what could have been better, what are the different things, what questions they could have answered differently and stuff like that. Like bullet points, not in detail essays, just bullet points. What went well, which question went well for everyone, and some lines, and then which questions that most of them got wrong and which went, and who as an example task that they can work with. Like if I'll ask the student if they're happy to share that piece of code with everyone, and if they're happy with that, then I'll add that as a photograph, just a photograph of that question with that student has priorly asked, and with that stuff.
Yeah, brilliant. That's lovely, absolutely, and that's kind of the we used to do it on a Friday. We used to do it for the big write, as it were, that big piece of writing. And we used to do it across the whole school. And then on that Monday, we'd share that kind of whole class feedback of, like you say, those common themes of what's gone really well and what, as a class, they need to be thinking about including. And then obviously that individual feedback was in the books already for them. Live marking again. Get round with the green pen, purple pen, pink pen, whatever colour your school use. Get round as much as you can. I used to, you know, back it up, we were a marking school. So, you know, by the end of the day, I'd have sometimes 90 or 120 books to mark by the end of the day. When you then let the children go, you then got to come in, you've got to get ready for the next day. Even worse if you then got a staff meeting and then sit down and mark 120 books. So I got really quick, and I am good with my time management. I got really good in English, going around, marking, that live marking, going around. So then it was the washing hands, getting ready to go out to snack time. beginning of break, I'd finish those books. And then I'd go down, I'd get myself a cup of tea and a biscuit, and I'd have break. And I'd do exactly the same in maths. So I'd get around, do that live marking, get them to be doing their corrections, correcting their misconceptions, go round and go round and go round. So then at the beginning of lunch, I quickly mark those 30 books as well. So then at least after school, I only had 30 or 60 books, which you do obviously get quicker, obviously marking them through. That worked for me. I'm not saying that would necessarily work for everybody, especially if you've actually got 2 lessons that are back to back. So if you're teaching period 1 and period 2, but maybe then at that break, you quickly bosh through anything that needs doing rather than having maybe 3 sets of books at the end of the day. And obviously, you know, we all want you to make sure that you do have that, please don't laugh, that kind of homework-life balance. So please, you know, so as in, you know, you're not expected to stay at work until 6 o'clock. You know, if actually you want to leave because you want to go and pick up your children, or you want to leave and you want to go to the gym, or you just want to leave and go and meet your friends and go get your nails done, or, you know, go and play football if you're part of the group. Do make sure that you're able to do all of that. And so if, you know, by utilising, just being really clever with your time during the day, you know, secondly, if you've got some free periods, make the absolute most of that time. Those that are, you know, maybe not teaching on Monday and Tuesday, but they're in class all day, Wednesday, Thursday, make the most of that time that you're not in class, those break times, those lunch times, those after school times, assembly times. If you're not having to do an intervention group, just make the most of it. So that you can then make sure you're ready for the next day, and then obviously hopefully head off. Okay, yes.
So on that kind of time management, that we need to find what works for us.
Yes.
But it will also most likely take time to get there.
Absolutely. I'm not
So
saying that
we
you're
need
going to
to
crack it
be
this year. Yeah, it might take you a couple of years to get there. Because especially this year and next year, if you're then in a different year group, it's the first time you're doing everything.
Yeah.
So everything's going to take a little bit longer. But if then this year you're in year 3, but then next year in year 5, it's then again everything's new again, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you find your rhythm.
Okay.
You do find your rhythm, I promise.
Okay.
Yeah. Creating templates, that's an important one. Yeah, so make sure that if you're creating any resources on the computer, just save it, have a templates folder, save it, so then you're not having to remake everything every time. Okay, saving pictures, saving images, you know our little discussion one, just save the images that you have on a Word document on your desktop, and then you just know where it is. You don't have to go back into the PowerPoint from 4 weeks ago, just have it all saved there, which we then call that teaching toolkit. Okay, make sure you know the assessment dates, anything exam-y, SATSy wise that you need to know, the running order of topics, so that long term, your timetable and your class lists. Okay. So hopefully I've helped you talk to some new friends, knowing what the expectations are as a salary trainee, and maybe some strategies, maybe just some top tips, either from me or from people on your table, to help you next week and beyond. Any questions? Yes.
I had one that I talked about earlier about the placement schools.
Yes.
When will we find out like where those placement schools are?
The away school.
The away school, yeah.
The away school, not for a while, because you don't go till February.
Okay.
So you will have a day in spring 1, so between Christmas and February half term, you'll have a day where you go and visit your new school.
Right.
Yeah, where you then get to meet your mentor, you get to find out everything about what that will look like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we haven't started yet,
Yeah,
but
obviously that's like far
it will be
away.
sorted out this term. And again, Katie does that, and she looks at where you live. She looks at, you know, she does look at location,
Okay,
but
like
she
that was
also,
gonna be my
yeah,
second question.
but she also has to make sure that you have that contrasting, you know, you do have a contrasting placement, that if you are teaching different key stages and so on. So that does take precedence to it being around the corner from you. But we do
Yeah,
try,
of course,
we do try as much as we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as we're salaried and we have that different expectation, when we go to the other school, like, for example, if I'm in year 5, like I've never been in year 5 in my life, am I expected to teach straight away when I go to the away placement, like
I
day
assume
one?
so, but again, some away schools are a bit different. So last year I had a salary trainee who was in year 1 who taught the whole time, but then in her away school, because of how their staffing works, she actually had a mentor with her.
Okay.
But that's not normal. All I'm saying is you just don't know what the away school looks like. You will be expected to go in and teach and have that responsibility, whether it's from the absolute day dot, they may put you with somebody else, but it could be that actually you're swapping with a year 5 teacher in here. And so, yeah, but again, that's something something not to worry about right now, but it'll be something that then you talk about with your away mentor and the away school, and you talk to me, and we make sure that you're feeling really confident to get started. Yeah, don't worry about it now.
We will be swapping with another salary.
That we yeah, that's what we try to do. Yeah. But obviously, if we have 3 English salary trainees, then, you know, and we might try and do a 3-way stop, we might try, but again, it all depends on schools' capacities as well. If mentors have all of a sudden had to go, and it's a big moving organism, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. I really enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed it too. We've got, thank you. We've got break now. You've got about 25 minutes. So please help yourself to tea and biscuits. Sam put out about enough biscuits for everyone to have about 5 or 6 each. So please do help yourself. If you want to go and get some fresh air, please do as well. Okay, 11:30 start.
I'm going to, is that okay? I'm paid to record it, isn't it?
Yes.
And then I'll be able to catch up on this, I'll be able to.
Yes.
Found a good one.
Thank you so much.
They're good
Thank
to have.
you.
How much? Well, she got me this.
Online.
This, and
It's
I got
online.
I got the
Online.
Yeah, just have a question. I thought it was yeah.
They do them in like, they do the properties with that ones in like.
No idea.
Yeah, I saw it in the template,
This is what I'm trying to think.
The Phoenician game.
I wonder where the
Put in the contract. You've got your contract as well.
Science generation.
It's not, yeah. The one that's leaving, she's bringing us a week. It's like more like.
I don't know.
I'm not, I like seeing the whole week.
Because
Yeah, this has like.
Yeah, it's really exciting. It's
And then-
go slide in, you know, swing arms or sit down all the time.
Yeah, time.
I'm
Yeah,
I
think it's more for like.
Well, I'm not thinking.
But then I don't know, because I like seeing that to be not right. Well, yeah, I
And like,
like, I do that on like. Yeah, I'm just.
I think on it takes.
Yeah. Yeah, take that and online, it's one of them writing down twice. Got it out, where like.
Yeah, it is one of the best things I've done. I've just.
So when, there's we teach a lot, say like, it's really not structured. It's more like, okay, I got 3 and then I'll teach them down, then
Yeah.
If I'm switching it in the stream, then I.
It has been really good for like, when I'm in school.
No, I
Yeah, no, it's really good. I got it.
What we get, we get.
And like, I get it. And like, so you need to get a smartwatch, like a reminder on it, like, a day, and if I did it like every half an hour, but then in the end, I'm using it for everything else. That's like, really good. Really enough. Like everything comes through on it. I guess it's like, I think it's like, oh, of course this is an anthem like now. I just got
Very kind of every day though.
I think I'm gonna do it on my head.
I am they should have but yeah. You know, she's got
So I
that's right, have a lovely rest of the day, guys. Oh, yeah. And then do it.
But like, yeah, right, calm it down. It's like, big crumbs, you know, like, it needs to be up a little bit, like, if you.
That wouldn't be how I.
Two-hour maths. No, I'm not trying to. They know how much. No, we're. Oh, no, Thursday, sorry. He's a bit of. 2 hours maths. I'm not.
Yes, she's done for an hour.
see everybody sending those. On Monday, find out.
I need to do something like that. Yeah, perhaps it's only because I have people ideas and they read them and write license. They write it. There was like so many things I wouldn't accept.
Well, oh God, I had everything in the file, I had to go for, I lost the entire file. Oh my God. Yeah, well, my mum can't find it. But I tried to do that.
I just think that the fan, my friends are electrical unit, we both went there at school. She's very excited when I see them. And also we got very on it and stuff like that. I love her.
You know, we that's on one of we just need one round.
But there may be more up here.
Why would I not want to teach my kids that? I want to do sport and I want to make sure
Qualify yourself. Question mark? How is that? in a way. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah.
That was what I really about numbers.
Probably another couple of minutes. Yeah, you've got that. Need to go to the toilet.
Yeah, I live in oh, okay, yeah. I live in okay, yeah. No, so we are kind of like narrow. But yeah, it's right, it's fine. Yesterday, I was gonna text you and I was
So do you drink warning in case you need to go to the loo or grab a drink? And then we'll make a start at 7:30.
And then like an hour and 20 minutes. I went that way. I went somewhere yesterday. I don't think I did, but I was going like the road's not closed. Yeah. So you've got
You went up there, that,
there was an error on the slide. I don't know what's wrong with no, exactly. So I was like, I was literally like, I actually don't like you. I love it. I was, and yeah.
Okay, should we make a start? We'd like to take seats and we'll start this next session. Well, probably my name is Alex O'Jackno. I will see briefly for you at the beginning and end of your very intense day, which might now just be a blur in your mind after the last few days. But really nice to be here, really nice to see you again. And hopefully finding the pace of today, you're able to just sort of digest a little bit more, and hopefully, you know, today and over the weekend, you've got a minute just to breathe and take it all in before you start your schools next week. So I hope you're having a really good day. So this session is called Effective Lesson Planning 5, and it's about explicit instruction. So we're just going to start by discussing in pairs or three to on a table of three what you currently understand by explicit instruction, and how do we do this effectively in the classroom. Now, I'm aware there'll be a range, as I'm sure has already been sort of discussed today in the room, of people who are already teaching, sort of teaching unqualified, people who are sort of been really active in schools, or teaching assistants and so on, and HLTAs and that sort of thing, and have sort of done teaching within their role, but not being the class teacher, and people who are literally jumping in at the deep end next week with no official teaching experience, but other things you might have done, coaching and things like that previously. So I'm aware in this session there's a range, but whenever I say, you know, what have you done, it might be what you've done as class teacher, or in your role like as HCI, or it might be just what you've seen. You know, what you've seen in practice in schools, because you've all got school experience of varying degrees. So have a little chat to your neighbour. And we'll be back in a few minutes. So we'll have 2-3 minutes to discuss, and then we'll come back to feedback after we've done the sort of objectives. To get the response, say why you didn't want to choose the other point, but they had like I was young when I had you've got to really just a minute, yeah, also take out like the steps would be yeah. I also think what am I doing? Because I had a lot of kids, you know, you'd say like, oh, right, sentences, they would literally write, you know, their sentences like they're not done, you only told me to write. People are so literal with it, and if you want them to write more, don't. Okay, we'll feedback in a second. I'm just going to talk through sort of the context of this session. So our session objectives are to gain a greater understanding of explicit instruction and explore strategies for effective explicit instruction, and then reflect on how you can apply this to your practice. It's from our TSE areas of intent, area of intent E7, explicit instruction effectively provides input on new concepts. From the core concept framework, there's a whole range that refer to explicit instruction in one way or another. So explicitly teaching people's knowledge and skills, effective teachers introduce material in steps, explicitly linking new ideas to what's previously been studied. Modelling helps pupils understand new processes.
high quality classroom talk can support pupils to articulate key ideas and so on. So there's lots of references to explicit instruction in the core concept framework, and in the teacher standards impart knowledge and develop understanding through effective use of lesson time. And then the context of this session is that this is coming after you've had some time on kind of starters and input and top tips. And then it comes just before collaborative learning and then key stage 5 provision in this effective planning sort of topic. So let's have a bit of feedback then. I heard some good things going around then as you were talking in your groups. What do you understand by explicit instruction? What is your understanding of it? And you might know that from seeing it, or you might know that from having sort of staff meetings or from your reading, if you've done any reading around this already. Yeah.
So we're talking about how if you understand what you want the output from the students to be,
Yeah.
working backwards and working
Yeah.
out what the steps, the clear steps to getting that output would be, and including that in the instruction.
Yeah, absolutely. When you know where it's going, yeah, it helps you to put the right clear steps in place for the children to get there. Absolutely, when you know exactly what you want them to do at the end, produce at the end, be able to learn and achieve and articulate at the end, you know what you've got to put in place step by step to get there really clearly. Absolutely, yeah.
So that this might come with like more experience once you let's say that you're doing a subject like media studies or PT or things that involve like a lot of processes.
Yeah.
You can anticipate certain things that always trip someone up the first or second time that they do it, and so you can in your instruction of how you do the process say, now people often get this wrong and you will as well, but just remember.
Yeah, absolutely. You can anticipate the misconceptions or the mistakes that students will make, and you, as you're almost coming up to that point, you can flag it, you can prevent it, you can get them to understand that's a misconception and work around it, and absolutely, you're sort of anticipating that. Yeah, absolutely.
With little children especially, they're only going to remember the last instruction that you gave them. So you need to give them the smallest amount of instructions you possibly can.
Yeah.
Or like really simple, like we're going to stand up, wash our hands, line up, like really short. Just younger children. I don't know how it is with older children.
Yeah.
Never been.
Wow.
Being explicit with your instruction means that they'll be able to, that last one, they will be able to get all of them, even if it's the last point.
Yeah, that's a really good point about instructions not being overly wordy, overly complicated, just keeping it really clear and concise and instruction giving.
They were sort of the keywords that we came from, that it's about that clarity, and clearness and without ambiguity. What do you do this? Just then you have that wishy-washy of panic or whatever. So just
absolutely
what it says on the tin.
Yeah, absolutely. And did anyone do any of the reading and pick up on anything else that sort of, there's a few of the keywords that are kind of mentioned throughout the reading, that sort of are also related to explicit instruction. So as well as it being all the things you talked about, like that clarity of instruction and keeping it simple and making sure we've got all the right steps in to get there, there's sort of other elements. I mean, really it's all about a sort of teacher-led approach, but it's that sort of teacher-guided. And I don't know if you read the sort of additional reading, but there was a bit of debate about whether is it better to let children sort of discover things on their own and make their own judgments from things and figure things out themselves. And yes, there is a place for that, but too much of that can lead to confusion and then them kind of making the wrong assumptions and then going down a rabbit hole and that sort of thing. And actually, explicit instruction is also about that teacher guided. You're the expert and you're saying this is how it is. These are the facts about this subject, and giving them the real truth step by step as the expert, guiding them through, so they don't if you're saying if they've got too much freedom to sort of come up with their own hypotheses, they're not sort of making mistakes and then learning those mistakes and having to unlearn them when you say, oh, nice idea, that's not it. It's actually this. You're actually leading them through what is the right way. And what have you seen sort of in the classroom of that at all? Have you seen? Yeah.
I love a bit of hand gestures. So I generally use them for myself.
Yeah.
But so just you know, simple example, especially in reception, they need to sit down on your bottom, legs crossed.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
what is expected.
Absolutely,
Um,
yeah, so combining that verbal instruction with the visual as well, which also helps with children with SEND, children with EAL. And so, but certainly it's useful for all, just to, you know, really ensure they've understood and they're following through, yeah.
So I work in like a behavioural unit,
Yeah.
so, and a lot of the children struggle with like changes of routine and stuff
Yeah.
like that, so like having almost like the what next and
Yeah.
what's expected, like maybe not immediately after, but maybe a couple of steps, just so they can
Yeah.
start to process
Yeah,
that there might be then something else they need to do and change how they're
Yeah.
doing something else.
yeah, absolutely, very good. Right, so explicit instruction refers to a range of teacher-led approaches focused on teacher demonstration, followed by guided practice and independent practice. And the idea is that once you've led them through, then they can have that independent time to practice what they've learned that is right. So they're practicing what you've expertly taught them. And that's when they have that independence and the freedom with that, but that you're guiding them through. And that's from the Education Endowment Foundation. I've discovered a great resource, really, really great research and literature. So explicit instruction is a teacher-led direct approach to teaching where pupils are fully guided and supported through the learning process. Focuses on teacher explanation, which we talked about, and modelling is part of explicit instruction as well, that modelled approach where you are saying, kind of follow me as I model each step. I'm going to do it with you. I'm going to do it first and show you each step myself. Then we're going to do it together. Then you're going to do it. Followed by guided practice and then independent practice. So the strategies associated with the explicit instruction are sharing learning intentions, chunking or breaking complex material or skills into small parts, clear and concise explanations, questioning and checking for understanding, modelling, extended practice, scaffolding and review. And these 8 are really key kind of sort of strategies linked to explicit instruction. They're the sort of the main sort of principles of explicit instruction, and they're sort of based on Rosenshine's 10 principles, which you'll have probably come across as well. And we'll learn more about all of these throughout the year. These are just really key words related to explicit instruction, and we'll come back to all of them throughout the year. So things like modelling and scaffolding, you'll do lots on in more detail throughout the year, but these are just some of the steps related to explicit instruction that we'll come back to, as I say, related to Rosenshine, based on Rosenshine. So, why do we use explicit instruction? Well, novices and experts learn differently. You know, if you're brand new to something, you need your hand holding through it. When you think about learning to drive, you know, unless you've sort of grown up, I don't know, watching other people drive all the time, you've been allowed to drive, you know, younger on a farm or something, you know, generally, like, it's a totally new thing. It certainly was for me to sit in the driving seat of the car and suddenly have to drive this machine, completely alien, completely daunting. And you need steps for each part of that, you know, and to begin with, it all feels quite, you know, very, you know, you're thinking through every single step, aren't you? You're thinking through like mirror, signal, now I can look behind, okay, now I can go, and everything's really thought through, isn't it? Everything, because you're a novice at it, you're brand new at it, and you need that driving instructor sat next to you, talking you through every single step so you don't crash, or harm someone. You know, you need all that broken down, and you need that expert guiding you through. You can't be sort of, you know, you experiment and see if you can make the car drive. You know, you can't do that. You have to be sort of handheld through it. And so you treat, you know, the teaching of novices differently to you teaching the experts. I mean, that is different. So if someone got in the car and said, I've actually been driving for 20 years, but in another country, they don't recognise my driving licence here. And so I can completely drive, but they just don't recognise the licence, so I've got to just redo the test, or, you know, I didn't get my, you know, I didn't send my papers off, so I've got to redo it. Or maybe you've had an illness or something like that, and, you know, I know my cousin's epileptic, so he's had to sort of retake after medication, that sort of thing. So you're an experienced driver. You as a driving instructor would treat that really differently, wouldn't you? Because you'd be like, right, we've already got a starting point here. We're just going to recap a few new things that have come into the driving plan now, and the test. we treat that really differently than you would a complete novice, like I was. So, you know, it's unlikely for novices that they've got the background and knowledge to solve problems and make inferences. So they need those basic steps spelt out. And they're relying on their limited working memory and are much more likely to suffer cognitive overload. You know, if they're given, you know, too many complex instructions, you know, that's going to be overwhelming for a novice compared to an expert who has already got that base level of knowledge quite securely that you're adding to it and can complexify it then. So that's why we need to use explicit instructions with novices. So think about teaching habits for effective explicit instruction. These are, again, from the EEF, and so they recommend for great teaching habits to be using teaching skills and concepts in small steps, examples and non-examples, clear and unambiguous language, anticipating and planning for common misconceptions, and highlighting essential content and removing distracting information. Now, lots of these we were saying before, we were talking about that clear and unambiguous language, and making sure we're not confusing. And I like this one as well about removing distracting information. You know, sometimes children can hook onto a part of an instruction that, you know, or an example that isn't really the main thing. And actually we've got to be responsible for keeping the main thing and not distracting them with something that's confusing. So explicit instruction in the classroom. Let's just have a think about how we are already using that if you are, or how you might be seeing it if you've just seen it, and which areas you would like to focus on next. So can we do this in the context, because I know we've already talked a little bit about this, but can we do it in the context of the Jade Pierce article? So if we can just go to Mosaic and make sure you can sit next to someone with a laptop. And once we've seen this one on Mosaic, you know where you're heading. So we're heading for training files, and then either primary or secondary, and then induction, and then induction day 3. So we're looking for that one.
Which one is it on?
ELP. Jade Pierce.
And then Jade Pierce, yeah, the Jade Pierce article. So I'll give you 5 minutes to discuss those 2 questions, but in the light now, through the lens of the Jade Pierce, what every teacher needs to know article. So Jade Pierce is coming up with, you know, some tips really, and so let's have a think about these questions in the light of what Jade Pierce suggests would be good ideas and concepts related.
Yes, I mean, I'd model a skill and then they would copy, like if they've not done it before, so I have to give them an example, otherwise my explanation might not be enough. Yeah, like giving tips as they go. In English, I like what we spend a lot of time because it's such a fluffy subject. Not the time like breaking down stuff.
Well, I think every teacher does it. I'm having a vision, they've also like, I'm not having the like, what next, like, you don't have to actually help them physically there. And I think, something that's really good is like, I think,
the whole life I would assume I have to do, and then it's not about
having those like, you know, on the last one, having the like, having the manipulation, like change, I think like, and like change it to one thing. I think that having, not having to speak nobody's there.
Yes, I know what you're. Yes. And then you do a lot. I'm gonna make it together. when I was training.
Yeah.
Present the fact that that's what you start with, and they practice that. And then also their own side, eventually they produce the language, and then you want to make it independent. You may demonstrate it as well.
I was doing it, yes, I just get it out. Yes, I like it. So yeah. Whether it's, I think it works with subjects as well, and it does even right up to like modelling the start of the paragraph, saying, right, what's the key thing we need to be addressing the question now? Okay, so shall I write this? No? Okay, why not? Shall I write that? Okay, why is that?
I did it to,
Yes, I don't know what. Yeah, I've done both.
That's the way that we always write, always write. And actually just modelling, even that, it's just as many colours, it doesn't need to be a huge colour. It was that one little concept, and it was funny because then when I saw those same choices from other lessons, and we sort of looking through really, you've got and you spot your eye, and I always did just say, you don't want to and it was amazing how they then confirmed it over. If you just go, no, just sort it out, we're not.
Really be doing something very different with that. Yeah, they.
Okay, start your conversations are closed, a few more seconds. Let's start with anything from the JPS article that you've already used, or you've already seen, or you just want to say, yeah, really agree with that. That's just really key. Such a key one I've seen or used, really like it, and you want to just applaud. Anyone want that? Yeah.
With the modelling,
Yeah.
like, so read, write, ink, every time they do a letter like Maisie Mountain, like there's like, you draw it and then they have the mountain underneath and then they associate it with the really short explicit instruction of what that letter looks like.
Yeah.
And then you're modelling it, and then you're modelling it until they're then modelling it in the air.
Yeah.
And then you're modelling it until they're doing it in their book, and then you're modelling it again, and you're just like, without using so many words, you're just repeating the same explicit instruction.
Yeah.
They've remembered the rhyme, they're now writing the letter for the first time,
Yeah.
and like, it just works so well, because it works the whole way through the scheme, from when they start phonics and reception to year 2, and then they can remember those rhymes.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes they correct the teacher, like, I've seen it before when I'm like at my school, like placement school and stuff, and they're like, no, miss, that's wrong. And it's like, oh, sorry.
Well, you mentioned a few things there really related to explicit instruction, that, you know, you've got the kind of dual coding, you've got the kind of visual with the written, and you've got the rhymes and the kind of, and the repetition, and you're really chunked down, you're literally focusing on, you know, making the letter first and making the sound, and, you know, and seeing the visual and the right. So everything's really chunked down, it's repeated, there's patterns, it's dual coded, you know, you're getting it visually, verbally, you know, actions, song, you know, so that they're really feeling it, experiencing it, writing it, hearing it, you know, on repeat, so that it's really going into their long-term memory, and it's repeated, you know, the next morning, the next week, and it's, you know, and they don't lose that, then it embeds itself into long-term memory. And then eventually they can magically read. You know, it's amazing. So yeah, modelling just so important, and we were just saying, and modelling is something, it's probably one of those, you know, teaching strategies that you'll use from, you know, from reception right through to like A-level, you know, essay writing, because it's everything can be modelled, you know, and you've probably had it yourself even at university, like how to, you know, I don't know, reference for the first time in a dissertation, you know, everything, you know, taught well has been modelled in some way. And like I say, you know, even outside of the classroom, when you have to drive has often been modelled, you know, all the things that you've been taught well, you've probably seen it and then seen someone do it expertly and then tried to do it with expert guidance and then done it on your own with feedback, you know. So modelling is so powerful, so important, absolutely. Which other ones do you think, yeah, do that, see that, like it? Yeah.
I thought about the explanation where it said about directing pupils' attention is the most important. So I work in an SEN school, a lot of autism, a lot of ADHD.
Yeah.
And with the best one in the world, if they want to sit and count the bricks on the wall, that's going to be more exciting. But so I have to make sure that the information I'm giving them is going to grab their attention and keep their attention.
Yeah.
It might be little and often,
Yeah.
but it's so important that I'm not floating off somewhere because they're gone otherwise. So that
absolutely,
that clarity is so important.
Yeah, and you might give a slightly longer explanation and then repeat the key word and then, you know, get someone to repeat it back. So let's, you know, remind ourselves what's the most important thing, repeat it back, and then say it again. So that's just really consolidated that the key bit of the instruction, whether it's about what to include in a paragraph or whether it's a practical thing about where to move and which group to get into and how you're going to approach a task. Yeah, absolutely. Anything else about the sort of what you like, what you've seen, what you use? Yeah.
So if they're kind of like on the carpet and we're going back to the table to do some work, I might sort of split it, like the instructions, into maybe 3 things.
Yeah.
So that they know, and then you would say what the instructions were. So first we're going to do this, second and third.
Yeah.
And then I would get them to repeat it back to me. Okay, so what's the first thing we're doing? So that you then gauge who's actually understood what they have to do before they go on.
Yeah, and that kind of recall back and sort of chant together is really effective, isn't it? Because you certainly see when someone's not joining in. Yeah.
I think it's the idea as well of a large amount of practice. I think that's something that the SEN schools do like all of the time.
Yeah.
Because they might exhibit that they can do even like a process like transitioning somewhere one day and then try and do it a week later without using those same instructions where you usually do and actually can't do it in that same way it's gone into their long-term memory.
Absolutely, and they'll often be able to follow you through that sort of guided modelling and say the right things, but on their own and then make mistakes, but that's where they've got to have continual guiding and you bring it back, get feedback and then more time to practice, because once they've been able to do it, it's not always enough. Again and again, like I say, students with SEND as well, you know, even more practice. Right, what about areas you'd like to focus on next? Is there anything from the JPS article where you think, oh, never seen that, not really thought about that? Good to know, I'll try that, yeah.
I quite like the idea in the bit where it's talked about shared learning intentions.
Yeah.
I think what it's saying is like, as in sharing the goal of the lesson, as in explaining what the goal of the lesson is to people. When I first read it, I thought that it meant like having a shared goal for the lesson with the students, and that, like, I've not thought of it like that before, where you kind of think that like we are trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And so if you as a teacher then start to, you know, diverge to other stuff, then you're kind of across purposes with what you told the students is going to be the outcome of the lesson.
Yeah.
So seeing it that like framed that way was like quite
Absolutely. I think another key bit of that, the first one about the shared learning intentions is and the relevance of the knowledge and skills for pupils. And so so you're linking what are we learning today? How does that link to what we've done, what we're going to do? You know, it might be that you're teaching them the beginning bit of, I don't know, I'm not a science teacher, but the beginning bit of setting up a sort of practical experiment and how you do the hypotheses and how you kind of think about the setup of your experiment and what you want to achieve and that sort of thing. And they've got to know like where that's heading and how that links to, you know, what's coming next and how it links to previous experiments they've done and, you know, what's different about it, what's the same and the relevance of it, like, why are we doing this? And, you know, sometimes the things we're teaching in school, they're probably thinking, why am I doing this? You know, you might have had the same questions, but, you know, it will mean more to them, it will give them purpose, it will link their knowledge and again, going to their long-term memory, they can link it to real life and how that's going to you know, massive then, I don't know, working out, you know, percentages, you know, like, or when you're shopping, you know, and you're buying food, you want to know if 25% off these three is better than 30% off these, you know, which is better, and, you know, you'll need to know what to buy, you know, and then it links it to kind of knowledge that's going to be relevant for their life as well. Right, so let's move on. So, how can you effectively deliver explicit instructions? So we're going to look at some practical considerations with the next piece of literature, the Ben Newark one, and think again about like which have you already developed within your practice and which areas you'd like to focus on next. So if we get the next piece of literature up, are you all okay with finding that? So this should look like this, Ben Newark one. It's got the orange. Yeah, that's it, the 10 principles for great explicit teaching. And he talks about how he's spent a decade kind of getting this wrong until he's now thinks he's, you know, got it right, wants to share how he's got there. So again, just have a bit of a browse over that, refresher if you've already read it, and just think about some of his top tips. And again, you know, what are some of the practical considerations? What might you've already seen or done? What you'd like to focus on next? I'll just have 5 minutes on that again. Right, feel free to discuss for the next sort of 2-3 minutes. Any areas of Ben Newmark's principles.
Yeah.
As a friend to you, I told him I was going to teach I give him no strategy. I probably use it like
If you like put the hand down, they're like, what? You're not understanding on the stage. And see, like, a lot of people like answer questions, then they're more bring up loads of questions, like in year 7, like, oh, my mum did this too. I like that. They'll be like, no, not now.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know it, they like, yeah.
Okay, let's bring those conversations to close. There are loads of interesting discussion and debate about some of Ben Newmark's ideas. Anything that you thought you've already seen or you've been developing in your practice, or you liked, like the JPS one that you've talked about already? Yeah.
We do opening worlds as part of our curriculum, and for history and geography in particular. And it brings those subjects which, the storytelling techniques, brings those subjects that could be quite dull. To life. And it makes it much more exciting for them and helps them to remember it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the storytelling techniques is such an important one, isn't it? You know, it's kind of amazing, and I can't remember if it's, I mean, he talks about it, but it's talked about in other research as well, that, you know, we as humans, we love stories. We've loved stories for generations. Like since time began, we just love storytelling, and that's how we know stories now. So they were passed on from generations, and we like hearing a good story. We like telling a good story. You know, we like good anecdotes. And so children do, and it helps them to remember, and a good story or anecdote woven into an explanation can really help their memory, because they latch onto the key images from that story, the key messages from that story. It helps them to remember. You know, it's why we remember song lyrics from like 20 years ago, because it's a kind of a story, and we've heard the words on repeat, and you know, it's a really good memory technique. So yeah, that's a really nice way of explicit instruction. That's a good one. Is there anything that sort of surprised you or disagreed with? I know, Hallie, we were having an interesting conversation about the teach children to listen one. Do you want to say a bit about that?
I just think that I think every teacher would have their own opinion on like when silence is appropriate in a classroom, but I think when they're, I'm so sorry because my only background is in Key Stage 1 and reception and nursery age, but like when they're so curious and you're teaching something and then they bring something up that you didn't even think about, that it can't, sometimes it's like, I went to the coffee shop on the weekend, amazing, great, come back to that break time, but sometimes it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think of that, let's carry on this conversation. And I think that can really, like, I don't I don't love like sitting silent. I know there's an appropriate time, like when we go to church, it's appropriate for the children to go into church and sit silently. But not always being silent all the time. And I think that as a teacher, you'll learn when you're going off, that might be going off task, and when it's like, wow, that's such a great thing to bring up.
Yeah.
And now we're learning more curious, we're so curious,
Yeah.
and it's great for
Yeah.
younger children.
And we were just saying about it's a difficult balance perhaps to, especially as a new teacher, to you don't want to stifle curiosity or interest when their questions are coming, especially if they're relevant and interesting and they're engaged, and you don't want to stifle that, but it's getting the balance between letting those questions take you off on a tangent or slightly start to confuse the rest of the class, or Hallie was just talking about when she was teaching baptism, and then someone came up with I got baptized in Greece, and it was different to what you described as being baptized in England, and so really interesting. Like, let's compare. How interesting is that? What did you do? That is interesting. It's relevant. It's unlikely to distract too much. But I suppose if that carried on and lots of people started bringing in all different versions of, my baptism was this, my baptism was that, my family do baptism as adults, and they do full immersion, and then it's like, right, what we're just talking about now is Catholic baby baptism, and that's going to really actually maybe distract from the key teaching point if you let it. I suppose it's quite a fine balance, isn't it? And I think your professional judgment will tell you whether, that's an awesome question. I'm going to address that right now, because that's just such an important thing to bring up, and I don't want to stifle that. And we've got 10 hands up now. Can we save those questions? Write it down. Write down a keyword that's going to remind you, and then we'll come back to them and all those points you've got, so I can carry on with just my instructions, your task, and we'll come back to those points at the end, that sort of thing. So it's a fine balance, though. But it's really good that you're engaging with the literature and not always just going, okay, so it must always be silent, and because you've got to try these things, and what works for one teacher might not work for another, and that's why we get you to kind of agree and disagree with the literature. Your first sort of thoughts about literature will be, and anyone who's doing the PGC, you'll do an assignment where you have to kind of argue with literature and say which one is kind of better or worse for what you're doing, and what one was more effective, and that sort of thing. So really good to kind of engage and disagree. Go on, last point.
I'm gonna say, but it's interesting that Hallie sort of had felt like she had to apologise for the kind of Key Stage 1 background, because actually thinking about how Key Stage 1, what the curriculum's kind of demands of Key Stage 1 students is different, but in a quite constructive way to look at GCSE and A level, where those are much more. I mean, the humanities a little bit less so, but there's still quite a lot of just the way the curriculum is now.
Yeah.
And that might change. There's a very kind of strict, quite exam-based way of discussing any given topic, and so actually maybe. I mean, that's obviously it's very difficult for us as GCSE and A-level teachers to try and have these situations where actually there is a lot more space for kind of exploratory learning, even though I think it's just as helpful, maybe even more so for 17 and 18-year-olds who are dealing with much more complex topics, to be able to have this more exploratory, almost like seminar, university style sessions. Even though they're also having to kind of learn, the STEM. So I thought that was a really interesting point as well.
Absolutely. What did you think about this kind of quote from the literature? Be sage before you step on the stage. What do you sort of understand by that, and what do you like about that? Gregory?
Yeah, basically when I saw it, I smiled, because it's quite challenging, because as a teacher you have to prepare yourself. You can't give what you don't have. And you could tell, and the student could tell, this teacher is not quite prepared for this. They could tell from the way, from what you say, from how you present it. So it's a kind of, encouraging each and every single one of us. We need to be prepared.
Absolutely.
And that's why we are doing this, preparing ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And sage is quite an archaic word, but it's about wisdom, being the wise one. Be the wise one, have all the knowledge before you step on the stage, before you put your
myself in that quite vulnerable position where the students of all ages are gonna be, you know, you are the expert, I am the learner, and you've got to know it, you've got to be confident, you've got to know it, and you've got to do whatever it takes to know it. You know, that might, you know, take a variety of different forms of research or asking other experts, you know, educating yourself on videos or whatever it might be, or books that you've read, literally you read, you know, people you go and observe, but you've really got to know your stuff before you stand up there. Yeah.
I was gonna say, in addition to that it's not just about knowing your subject, it's that if you're gonna bring up an example,
yeah,
or you're gonna connect your subject to something that is life based,
yeah,
you better understand that thing. Because I saw in one of my observed classes, a teacher who was clearly not Catholic in a Catholic school make a comparison in symbolism to something that happens in Catholicism, and she got it wrong, and all the children like turned on her and were like, "Oh no, that's not a symbol. Are you a Protestant, miss?" And it was like, I mean, it sounds really silly, but it was quite aggressive in the classroom, and I was like, because she was trying to make a comparison from subject knowledge that she did have about English literature to subject knowledge that she clearly wasn't so confident in. And I think like it's those little holes that students can like jump into when they realise they know a bit more about something than you do.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing more exciting than realising there's a gap. And I've been there myself. I came to this school to teach English about I think 19 years ago or something, and English teacher, but I was asked to cover some history, so a history teacher for a while. So I was thrown in the deep end, like, on Monday you're teaching history. Year 7, never taught history before, last time I did it was GCSE, okay, sure. And I was like one step ahead in the textbook than they were, and I felt completely out of my depth. Every lesson I was like, okay, I know this lesson very well, but as soon as the child said, "Sophocles, William the Conqueror, was William's son the next king?" And all back over the answer, you know, and that's not a good position to be in at all. And I'm, you know, making light of it now, but actually, you know, it's not okay to not know what you need to know, because you've got to know that lesson inside out, because that is, you're the expert, and you've got to know what's coming next, and you've got to anticipate these questions, and you've got to know the next step where this is heading. And it's okay to not know everything, you know, and it's okay to say, you know, that's actually something we're not covering right now, but we're going to come to that, and I'm going to, you know, we're going to be teaching you more about that later down the line, or that's a great question we're all going to look at. But actually, if you should know it because it's part of that lesson, or it directly follows, or it directly happened last week, and it's really linked to what you're doing, then yeah, you're the expert, you should know, and you can't have someone else in the class piping up, "Oh yeah, it was William's son, he's also called William, he was the next king." But more than you know, and you can't, you know, undermines you. It will decrease their trust in you. You know, there'll be things where children can bring really cool experiences and knowledge they've got that, you know, if you're a language teacher and you've got a child who's, you know, actually French, and will say, "Oh, when we're in France, we do this. This is the word we use in our, you know, city, because this is quite a, you know, a dialect word." Oh, cool, that's really interesting. You're not expected to know that kind of stuff, but you know, that's that lesson, the before and after, how it links, how it relates. Yeah, you're the expert. Yeah.
I was just going to say that I know it can be a bit disheartening when you do subject audits. So I remember I did my first one, I was like, I can't do anything. Like, I'm only good at this. And then like I redid one, like when I finished my degree at uni, like within the 2 years, I was like, I've only done like little bits here and there, but like now I nearly like, I feel like I've got good subject pedagogy on these different areas. And we've got, if you're primary, you've got so many different areas to be like mastering. And like if you move from one key stage to another key stage, it's completely different ballpark and things like that. But I think that it's so important, because they don't take long to do either, and they're free to do them. And I think that it's worth everyone's time. It doesn't take long to do.
Yeah, you will be doing subject knowledge audits, don't you worry.
Okay, let's move on. So, Poe et al. Said that a teacher's subject knowledge and their understanding of how pupils handle this subject has the strongest evidence of impact on student outcomes. So, teachers' really strong subject knowledge has one of the strongest evidence of impact on student outcomes. You know, if a teacher's wobbling on their subject knowledge, it's directly impacting for the worse those children's outcomes. Something really important to remember. Remember, think about children's knowledge like an interconnected tube map. think about the whole, not just a single lesson. I'm saying about William the Conqueror. You know, remember that student tube maps might be very different from yours. And that linking the sort of before and after, really, really important. So what can you do to get there? Plan in time to develop your subject knowledge in the same way you'd go, you know, you'd set time aside for marking or developing resources. You know, subject knowledge is so important. And I think sometimes the focus becomes on, got to put the perfect lesson together. Actually, got to really know it most of all, first of all.
Sorry, yeah, I have a question. So obviously you know, I agree with that. You need to know your, you know, your subject knowledge, and you need to know what you have done before and after, and kind of bring that expertise.
Yeah.
What I do like, so sometimes they do come sometimes up with questions that you really have no clue about. And what I then like is have that transparency that I don't actually know. You kind of, you know, I am the teacher, but she isn't foolproof.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a difference between you've got to know what you should know.
Yes.
If they're asking you something that you're not expected to know, that you can't possibly, especially in primary, you can't possibly know everything about every subject you're going to teach in the whole curriculum. And even, you know, I'm just English, really, apart from my odd location from history. You know, I was just an English teacher, but I've not read every single Shakespeare play. I've read loads of them, but not every one of them. So if they ask me something really specific about, you know, Julius Caesar, I've not read it, you know, so, and I'm not expected to, you know the intricacies of Julius Caesar, and, you know, that wasn't something we were teaching. So, but I really had to know the Tempest, Romeo and Juliet, and, you know, everything, you know, the ones you are teaching. So I think it is okay to say, I've never actually read Julius Caesar. Do you want to tell me what you find out about it? And let's chat, and I'll find out this thing, and, you know, that sort of shared excitement, curiosity, and like, let's see what we can find out about it and talk tomorrow. And, you know, I think that's a really nice thing to sort of show that, you know, I don't know everything about everything.
I actually quite like when you tell them, oh, I'm going to find out, and they will hold you accountable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
so they will check.
Oh, definitely. You'll be using subject knowledge audits, as I've alluded to track the development of your subject knowledge and discuss with your subject tutor or sort of subject experts and mentors. And you may want to join a subject association, and Sarah will be saying a bit more about that. And make the most of their resources and training opportunities. So things like on the Chartered College, have you heard of Chartered College? You can join sort of subject associations, and they have lots of good resources and literature and sort of help for different subjects. Yeah, that'd be a really good place to start, the Chartered College. And yeah, to make the most of their resources and training opportunities, especially like, let's say you're in primary and you've got an area that you think that's my weakest area. You know, something like Chartered College might have helpful resources for you. Look for a wider community of teachers on sort of social media, or at conferences, at teach meets, where you can, you know, even if you're like not a fan of social media and you don't want to really be on Facebook, you can just create a professional page and then join you know, just professional groups who, you know, share resources, you know, talk about kind of conferences coming up on particular subjects and that sort of thing. So it might be an area that is helpful for you, even if you don't indulge in any of the kind of social media aspects, but just use it for the opportunity to sort of network with other professional colleagues. So the what, not how, is about knowing precisely what you're teaching and how you can best explain it. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to think about what should we consider to make explanations really effective, and what could some of the pitfalls be. So what should we be thinking about to make explanations really effective, and then what are some of the pitfalls? So I'll just give you, running out of time a little bit. Just give you 2 minutes to have a think about that. And then we'll come back really quickly on that.
To make it effective, we need to work on it. That reassurance and respect that it's useful and it's going to be effective.
All right, just another 30 seconds.
I know where you are, like the goal is like that. They're not going to be able to write a paragraph. Like even like, I would like the exact same thing, like, painful how to.
Okay, sorry to cut this conversation short a little bit, I'm just getting quite conscious of time. I think rather than feedback on this one, because we're going to go through a couple of points in a second, we'll move on to something that Ben Newmark talked about in his article. So he talked about telling stories and also having kind of diagrams or visual explanations and using visual to sort of explain something clearly. I mean, this didn't work for me as effective. I was such a terrible illustrator drawer. Like anything I put on the board, the children would be like, "What's that supposed to be?" Sort of slightly hindered my. But if you could map out quite a nice diagram of something you explain, it can really help explanations. When we were thinking about your discussion, then some of the key aspects are about credibility and clarity. Having precision and brevity, explaining bit by bit, avoiding gimmicks unless they genuinely add to the learning, develop explicit explanations, directly address concise learning objectives, and that sort of precision and brevity, like not, making explanations complex or bringing in too much extraneous information. When planning your explanations, remember to identify the tricky spots, plan analogies and metaphors that build student understanding and retention of the material. So when you're, and you might not have thought necessarily to really plan out explanations, because you might think, oh, I'm just going to explain this concept, I know it really well, I'll just explain it. But it really does need planning, thinking through, and then you can identify that's quite a tricky bit to explain. How am I going to get that through to them? Am I going to do that visually? Am I going to tell a story? Am I going to use a metaphor? And establish the best starting point for your explanation, and provide examples to set the standard. If you're explaining, let's say, about the conservation of mass, if you could bring a real life example, like if we burn this book right now, its matter would be changed to ash and smoke, but the net amount of stuff in the universe would be the same. So you're actually taking like an example, an image, something in front of them. Like if we set this book on fire, it would turn to ash and it would all smoke. So you actually using like visual things that are right in front of them, or things that they're kind of aware of in the world that relate to them. This is the teach children to listen that we talked about just before. Behaviour for learning is crucial for explicit instruction. They must be listening and you must be focused on the explanation. And, we talked about whether you should or shouldn't allow sort of questions, and we sort of agree probably that not too many questions to distract from the explanation and confuse or bring in any misconceptions. And that they really must be listening to explanation, and that's such a key part of behaviour for learning early on, that if you're explaining a key concept, they have to be silent and listening. It will be lost if they're talking, if they're not focused, if they're sort of looking around or being distracted, talking when they shouldn't be. And they've got to be really focused on your explanation. And another way to keep explanations interesting is to vary tone, inflection, and cadence, and use your voice as a cue for students. So thinking about kind of how you can change your sort of intonation, your pitch, which things you might whisper, which things you might sort of really stress is the most important point, which things you might sort of pause on and let them just sit, and just sort of how you might use that voice to really make points, to
illustrate a certain thing, you know, certain things you're gonna say loud or quiet or fast or slow, you know, if you're talking about, and the river's rushing and rushing and rushing, you know, it helps to make them visualize the river rushing and rushing and rushing because of the way you're saying it. So think about yourself as a bit of an actor, a bit of a storyteller, in some of your explanations, because, you know, it all helps them to remember, the key sort of, images or, you know, words from the explanation, and the rhythm of your words, the emphasis, you know, that's sort of what cadence is about, isn't it? That kind of the way that your words sound, the way they flow. And we've talked a bit about storytelling techniques as well. Makes it interesting, helps them to engage and remember. And learning is learned in the context of what we already know. So you're linking to what they already know, what they can already relate to. You're making that link. You know, if you're talking about kind of another sort of science example, I think Sarah given me, because I don't know about science, was about imagining a grain of rice is like a nucleus, and that the seats in a sort of huge stadium are the electron shells. Now you've got to think, do all the children know what a huge stadium looks like? If we're talking about all the seats in a stadium. Am I in a school where they'll have all been to a stadium and experienced that? You know, you've got to think, is my example accurate and relevant to them? Can they relate to it? Or is that going to confuse them further? Because then they're thinking, well, what does a stadium look like? You know, are they too young or not in a position to have been to a stadium? Or is that going to really hit the spot because you're in a group where, you know, they'll have all been to a stadium and totally know this will really help them to remember. So it's thinking about, is my example appropriate as well for their experience? Because it links to what they already know. As we've said, you know, psychology tells us stories are interesting, stories are easy to understand, stories are easy to remember. So the more you can sort of interweave a story into some of these tougher explanations, the better. Using storytelling techniques, it can be telling a story to link something to something they're already familiar with and ask rhetorical questions. Explanations should be tethered to something they already know. And you're looking to transform concepts into concrete ideas, because some of these big concepts that you'll be teaching them, you know, across all subjects, that might be just really hard for them to get their heads around. You know, something like the Holy Trinity, think about RE. I mean, that's a bit mind-blowing. That how can you bring that into, you know, concrete things that they do understand? And I know a classic sort of Holy Trinity metaphor has been a sort of, you know, water, it's water, liquid, it's ice, frozen, it's steam, you know, but they're all part of water, you know, just like the Holy Trinity, you know, that's been a classic metaphor of years gone by for RE. You know, it's thinking about what makes sense to them in the real terms. If it's a big concept like that, how can that be kind of explained in a way that they'll understand with sort of story perhaps, or analogy in your storytelling. There's an idea about the I'm going to call it the RIP memory toolbox rather than the RIP. Repetition, imagery, and pattern. And the idea is that you talked a little bit before about you know, how we're repeating things, whether it's instructions, whether it's words, you know, whether it's sounds in phonics, whether it's in MFL, you're repeating key you know, verbs. I remember, you know, don't remember a lot from GCSE French, but I remember going J, tu as, il a, elle a, nous avons, vous avez. Literally still remember it now. At age 16 or whatever, I was probably 11 when you started doing that, you know, and we sort of repeated it, we chanted it, you know, and so it's that repetition of what you've sort of been sort of drilled, what you've repeated again and again and again, and that can really help. Imagery might be what we saw then about that picture of the Nile, and it might be sort of how images have helped to tell a story. It might be things like getting them to do actions, getting them to draw pictures and to go with the words. And patterns are sort of thinking about how this links to other things that they've learned as well, and where they can see patterns. And really important to practice and rehearse. If you're the sage on the stage, and you've got a stage, you know, actors need to rehearse. They don't just sort of go up there and hope for the best. And it's the same with us, really. We need to rehearse how we're going to explain things, and practice explanations. See it as a theatrical performance, and plan to sort of practice your modelling. So you are teaching from the front, and again, this might be something you agree or disagree with, but the theories and the research we've read around this particular topic today, explicit instruction, does conclude that it's less sort of cognitive overload for the teacher to just stand at the front, stay in one place, just, you know, give the explicit instruction from the front, and not confused by starting to move around unless it's part of the explanation, unless you're talking about the rushing river and here it goes, and you want to make that part of your explanation. If you're just giving key, you know, examples, key information, key sort of explanation from the front, just to stay put, because the more, if you're sort of pacing around talking, it's just sort of another thing for the children to think about. Where's she going now? You know, and actually just to keep them sort of focused on you, focused on your words, and not distract them with other elements about you moving around and where's she going now, is actually, you know, helps them digest it, avoids overworking and overloading the memory. And support with board work. Simple diagrams that aid explanation, again, but avoid overloading working memory too much or too complicated diagrams. We've mentioned dual coding already, but yeah, ensure diagrams are subservient to the teacher's spoken explanation, minimal and not too complex, and that it's to sort of back up, it's to reflect, it's to consolidate what you're saying in your words. And just a sort of final warning, really, just to be aware of what's called illusory superiority, which describes a common phenomenon where individuals overestimate their own abilities in relation to others. Put simply, we're not always good at sort of accurately assessing our own competence, and we need feedback. You know, so we might think, yeah, I explained that really well. They just didn't get it. You know, I explained that really well, and we actually do need someone to sit at the back of the room and say, it wasn't as clear as you thought it was, and this is why, and this is where it went a bit wrong. At this point, we started to lose the children, and this was why. And actually, we do need that feedback. We need an external voice to say, yeah, that wasn't clear, and here are the reasons why. Yeah, the curse of knowledge. I think as well, when we are experts in a subject, it's quite hard to sort of reduce that down to children's level. You know, especially if we've done this subject right up to degree level, we've got such incredible complex knowledge, and then we've got to simplify it to, you know, maybe, you know, 7-year-olds or 11-year-olds, and that's quite a challenge. And we've got to seek and act upon feedback from others, and just be really careful using specialist vocabulary. You can really baffle children and confuse them if you use complex vocabulary before they're ready for it, you know, or in your explanations. So just a really quick summary of what we've already looked at, those are the eight sort of key principles that we've associated with explicit instruction, which it will be coming back to all the way through the year. So just have another look again and just be thinking about these questions. Do you use clear and succinct language in your teaching, checking pupils' understanding frequently, or have you seen this? Do you help pupils organise their thinking by chunking the content and introducing new material in small steps? And do you model how to complete a task before expecting pupils to work independently? Just some questions to kind of leave you with there, because we're just going to think now very quickly in the last minute about which of the key 8 strategies do you need to focus on, which of Newmark strategies might help you to do this consistently well, and how will you apply this in different contexts to support all pupils. We're not going to discuss those, but they're just things for you to think about, and you might just want to make a note. Okay, which of those key 8 strategies is my sort of area of focus? What have I not thought about or don't really know yet? What am I keen to learn more about? You know, which of Ben Newmark's strategies might help me? And then how will I apply this in different contexts? So just have a think about those things as we just finish up. As the last slide is just references and optional reading, and obviously your reading is on Mosaic as well. Right, just give you a minute, just think through those questions and make a little note to yourself perhaps about what you want to read more of, think a bit more about. I'm going to check what time we come back for lunch. 1 second. Okay. But whilst you're carrying on writing notes, if you're still thinking about that, are there any questions before we finish for lunch? Lots of food for thought, I'm sure. But the best way to try out what we've talked about is just to practice at home, practice an explanation at home. Maybe explain it to a partner or a child at home or a friend and say, does this make sense to you when I explain it? Practice at home. And then when you practice in the classroom, really reflect on, you know, how well did they then take up that task? How well did they start that? Did they know what they were doing because of my clear explicit instruction, or was there some confusion? Was there something, a step I could have put in, a bit of extra modelling I could have done that would have made that smoother? So the best way to try it is to try it and then review it and ask another adult in the room, did that make sense? Was that clear? And then see how they do with it and then reflect on that myself. Right, so we're breaking for lunch now. You've got until 1:15, so feel very leisurely compared to yesterday with no queues for toilets. And we're all around if you need to ask any of us any questions about any sessions this morning or about anything else you might want to ask about. And we'll meet back at 1:15 for the next session. All right. Thank you very much for participation. That's right. Can you do things in here during lunchtime? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's only us in the building, so it's all safe. I don't see you. Great rest of the day. I'm around with you. Thank
Training plan. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that we need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think if there was that much of.
It's a union. And it's free. I'm like, is it free?
What the kids doing?
Training.
How do you tell them that you're doing, when you just tell them I'm a trainee?
Yeah, just any new. I was recommending that one. Done. So much too much. Really much to do that yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Requested to go around.
They must have only done.
Oh, you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
5 or 6 of us a day.
Oh, really?
It was great. So like we had like. Very good and my laptop was dying. So fine. Well. I don't know that. And I breathe. And I was just like, I just, but for me, it was like, I need to just sit and.
I know what you mean. I would never do that at school. Like I would never say, oh, I'm gonna finish that outside, but I would never. But yeah.
I've got a child in my class allergic to ham.
I don't know.
How are you allergic to ham? Is that not even
Yeah, I
allergic?
don't think any of us.
Definitely.
I have someone who can't, who's allergic to 2 different things.
I know
don't
several
think ham is
so,
allergic.
but I felt like I had to be honest that day.
It was nice what you do and then.
There was
That's actually really helpful. Like to learn how to use it.
There was a
Yeah,
question I didn't
all the
understand.
time.
I'll ask you later.
I was like, yeah.
First.
Cause
And then
that
I'll
one,
cut the grass.
that one is, I know. So you're not allowed to jump in,
I don't know what I opened my day.
So everything, all the.
Just opened it.
I keep just looking at it, like, I'm thinking like, I don't need any of this.
I think maybe
Everything survived in the rainforest.
it was ready to.
I didn't like it when I saw it the first time. I saw it in the previous training, and I didn't like it. I found it a bit clunky. Whether that has changed or whether it was new. Have you most likely use it as well, right? See, no, sort of like an international thing. So when there is an incident or there is something that needs to be reported regarding a child.
We have to do same thing.
And they recently, was that in June, July, I think it was in June, they changed the layout. I'm like, I changed my layout. Why are you doing that?
How do you move? I just put it in my laptop.
Oh, great, my.
Southern fried chicken pasta. Usually I'm really good. I make it myself, but I like this week.
I did that on Wednesday, but I'm just gonna buy it.
The good people say this.
I mean, you know, why not?
How long is that?
An hour, 50 minutes.
That's a large water. Have you drank all of that? That's impressive. Sorry.
Yeah, we did the basic side.
I didn't bring it up. I am starting. That's rare.
Thank you so much.
My mum always tells me.
Too right. Yeah, so I did 2 days at a. Have you ever worked in a, I am not trained for any of that, thank you. I'm not trained for it.
That'll be one thing I really enjoy.
Yeah, no, I won't think about where
Yeah, but you won't worry about the group technically, I'm sorry.
No, we've got everything on over in the job. Yeah, I have to make it. I was, so my part is, so it's a really easy job. They put me in the office like kids and nappies. Yeah. And then the second day I it's right, there aren't anyone for me to be in there. I have not helped.
Right, your class.
Many people from the car had day. I love that.
And they were great, they were like, you can literally, you're going to move in here for 1,000 if you want, like, it doesn't matter what your content is, it was just, what will you cover, what you cover. And then, you know, I have to. So yeah, they're quite nice. Potentially, I'm probably going to do it better, because I've only got a SEN experience. Still won't get far. So I've had 6 children.
Where was it here?
No, I did that at St. Mary's School. They're not far. Really, I do the lesson. If they said you can teach whatever you want, do anything. The same. And I knew about start writing and superheroes. How they describe themselves, they were this, and it was all of the verbal one. Something that really didn't have a level, didn't it? Written literacy or anything like that. I don't need the French one. I don't have anything that but then we talked about it and it's something I've got some stuff I do and we don't do those next month. And then
How old are they? What do you want?
they were year 3. They were great. I said, if we introduce the lessons, I'd love to put the description you given into AI and like an image in it and see if you then really describe it once that I know stuff.
Oh,
I like them. And they were really cute and they all have. I was got really
Just like a drawing, you know, like the.
No, that's what I've got on Monday.
I'm not going to read it out, long hair, short hair, that's fine. YouTube.
Why would you?
I know. Do you want to? It's just a vision.
You said I sent the AA.
And then you know, like, exams, so you finish that. First hour is welcome and vision, and then the passing during it there.
The goal is only 45 minutes.
Yeah, I've got vision values.
Oh, very future, for an hour, and then say 5 minutes. It would not get picked up, we didn't have, so, in the end, like, internal alternative.
Oh, yeah.
I think,
This is the timetable of the hours.
Even that.
No, it's just like,
You got what?
when my PTA, but it's, this is such an unorganized year, that's like, it will be like year 3, I would go back to your work, and then it will go to year 6, and then it will come back to your work, and
That must be so cool.
Because you're in another building, and you're like, we're out here, anything could be happening.
Yeah, at the end of the quiz, I want to know where they finish that. At the end of the quiz,
but like not enough.
It's there like an agreement that you did, because they pay you.
So it's not because it's so detached from everyone, it's going to set, if anything went wrong, only a people in the building, like, what they come. So they're now making that the same building and passing it next to the library. It's in the mezzanine, there's a wall in the library, and next to the library, like, beautiful and quiet. You don't want to disrupt your kids' life, but training anyway. Okay, but it doesn't mean that they try and make the way that they've done the agreement for people, obviously, other in there.
Today, basically, we can, no company can make you stay. No school can make you stay. Yes, if I would have said.
Oh, okay, I thought attendance is safeguarding.
Well, I would be expected to pay that. But what they've done is, because they cannot.
You know,
There's always a teacher. Or just the nature of the school and. I'm guessing here now. It's always, there's always, you know, what.
Someone with.
That one, you go around.
They,
Oh, because they can.
Oh, I guess
They can more hours. And guarantee it. There is a space. So what they've done is they've said, well, they'll.
I got it when when I had my meetings, we say that down.
Next September, there was a teaching job.
Wow, yeah.
There is an understanding.
I don't know.
What does someone?
You can't get the net.
Priest, oh, that's what.
Yes.
They're gonna read this around.
There's.
It not be held against.
It's embarrassing.
I still want to stay.
I do try and go to church every Sunday.
Sort of, you know, there's things. That are kind of an hour, I don't think I, you know, I get mixed up. Within the half.
Yeah.
Performance.
I would still want to actually use the train.
Love that.
We will see. We will see in the future, I mean, I'm still. It would do good professionally. Doing that anyway.
Oh my God, I've got church on Thursday. I started like, I was expecting 20 years.
Yeah, but your experience will be. So. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be.
So I thought I would.
Yeah, you know, there are so many more. With needs in mainstream. Or they should have looked at that. If they did. There's just no space.
Oh, obviously, if it is your own spot, we have. You're the school, and you know, how many things did it? Three of them days, yeah, 100 minutes, then break 100 minutes, and then 100 minutes.
Oh, God.
That's probably, genuinely, I really thought I was gonna hate it, I don't.
Yeah, no, actually.
When I like 20.
I thought like double sometimes like we don't know if there's like experiment lesson, there's a double lesson, so you can actually do that and then pass on.
It's great for things like PE or like tech.
Yeah,
like every lesson.
I've
done this like 1 minute now.
I'd say that's it.
I was thinking about
It's like every year, it's take it off the market every year and put it back on. I really find it because it's just so like straightforward.
It's a bit of.
Like I'm worried, like I know it will be like,
Just so you know.
once I get it, it'll be fine, like I just need to, I sat out and stuff and I.
They're really nice.
Because he's obviously.
They said YouTube. What's in it? So I read it at the beginning.
My TA is great. She said if I'm not ready to do it on Monday, she'll do it. And I've always watched her, that's the best thing.
I'm doing not very much, yeah, just a really simple look.
But we've moved on, so we had it like after registration, like everyone would do it. And then after 45 minutes, it's the day. Not even a whole day, like everything's 45 minutes or less. And it makes sense, but it doesn't matter what you like there, everyone else is like, why is it leaving? Like, we're gonna have to like.
And we're gonna quickly review the task.
You like, some sort of continuing project, like, do a book, everybody read a book, some sort of division. Then we're gonna have to do a wiggle as well, because then they'll, like, they would have been like doing something. I didn't work,
Oh, maybe the New York City.
yeah, we're changing that.
Fair enough. About teaching and learning ourselves, they've got to make sure we are. Fair enough.
As we,
You know, just because we don't necessarily plan
Yeah.
everything. We still have to show that we can do
to be fair, I think.
it. Probably even one more.
Because they don't do it at the same time.
We understand.
How many children are in that school?
In total about 17. Considering like.
So we've got it like, it's all mixed with it, well,
Yeah.
it's at the beginning, I'm just thinking like some receptions to year two, like,
You know,
year
like-
seven reception. And I was
After
gonna.
this, yeah, and then you don't have.
Because I'm in reception and
You
I'm
know,
really
exactly, maybe.
And the fifth one, I'm gonna
Would be a nice
suggest
one.
yeah,
Exactly, kind of like a middle ground.
because then it's not disrupting anyone, they'll still do like it's phonics time, it doesn't really matter if they do that bit. I don't know, but they'll probably be like, oh, no, that's true. Be like, fine, I'll teach the grade five, like,
But that's five on. Although they don't have
Quite well.
first, you see, well, yeah. But then, yeah, like, we have one.
No, I mean, I've all got the age.
Close to Hush, more for behaviour management. I think it's even 6 or 7 from anything, but again, only from year 3 onwards.
Queen's Road. It has a little hole.
Scroll down to be honest.
What would week two, would that be, when we're back from, half term, the second week after half term?
No, that's all, because when we left, it took, it started with 5 and.
Great. The day when we have, oh no,
Was he?
I've got parents evening on one of
I
the
don't know when he went.
days. Do you know what I'm? Do you as well?
But they were.
I can't change it as well. Well, they used to be on a Thursday, but they were like, you're definitely meeting on Thursday, so we're gonna change all of them, so they're not on a Thursday.
Oh.
But now they put it on a Tuesday, because they're at the other.
I've got it, it's next week on a Thursday, and I'll school comes up with you. There's no way I'm gonna make it.
Where's your school?
Mental aid, 4-year-old.
You're not gonna make.
No, okay. How it is.
Why they do the meet the teacher after you start teaching?
Finally got them. Oh, that's like, that's just, introducing your teacher with the parents.
I did mine,
Sorry, she is going to work.
like in June, like I went in one day.
Oh, the induction day. So she doesn't turn up.
Because I'm reception, so I might as well do it.
Oh, no, but we had an induction day as well, and then met, you're not, I still have a mentor. You can't read or write, met her. They don't even know that yet, so they're in for a surprise. And, but yeah, we do need the teacher for the parents. So in the other, like, the live, we do that one, get like an overview, what's year two about? And then, you know, go into the classroom, what we're gonna do. You know.
I think you're just gonna have to, some of the iPads, it says that they're like in the, like, some of them are from home in the afternoon.
Yes, I know, yes.
It's that day in the
No,
afternoon.
because it's GPS, so that won't change anything, because it's still normal Thursday school. Can't change it.
We're not gonna be. I really, really hope I'm at St. Joseph's, because I have to drive an hour every day to my school. St. Joseph's is only 13 minutes from my house. I want to be at St. Joseph's. In East Molesey, I can't say Molesey. Near Esher,
Where's Auburn?
Yeah, St. Albans. And I live in Gosford. What school are you?
I live in Gosford, but I'm at St. Joseph's in Cranley, which is a specialty school.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, I live in Gosford.
Straight from Gosford. God, that name.
Yeah.
I really, really want to be at St. Joseph's.
Okay,
that'd be great.
And I think
I
moved for 3
You live in?
No, I would buy
no, I live in, I know it's
What do you live in, like Hounslow? Is that Hounslow? Is that Gatwick? Oh, that's, wow.
But Ian Dalton.
Yeah.
I'm in Dalton as well.
Oh, there you go.
So far away.
Oh, no, I'm different one.
Did you go to like uni and like, my boyfriend went to St. Mary's in Twickenham, so I know that area kind of.
My daughter's there now.
It's such a big uni, I mean,
I've
I
heard
would,
so many good
if I did a 3-year degree, I would have gone to St. Mary's, but I wanted to do a 2-year degree.
No, she did go there, starting her third year now.
It's so nice, it's so small there as
I
well.
was actually looking at to London, I was like, I want
You
to
do
see a
your,
bit further away.
training with reception, right? Did you ask for that?
We're not, I don't think we're supposed to do it in reception. They'd already told, so the school already, so the school already had, told all the parents. That was the part with the reception. That's what I got the offer, I didn't realise, they didn't realise.
I did my undergraduate.
Yeah, but they came to me on the day where they, the next day was new teacher. They wanted to advance.
You just want to be on the paper.
Oh, your school now?
Yeah, that's why we need to, well, but they're work. They wanted originally to put me in the reception.
I think this reception works so well, like it's not like the expectations that they have if they're in key stage, like as in data wise.
Well,
because data is so important to school.
She will.
Like obviously
Amazing.
it depends on the school, like we do a phonics screening test multiple reception for quite a lot of schools that actually do it till year 1.
Yeah, I was just gonna buy it,
You know, your QTS is from an age range qualifying.
So all of my assessments have to be in key stage 1, so like when I'm being assessed by my mentor, I have to do it in key stage 1. But that's only from when I come back after the second placement.
No, 2:45 is.
So when I come back after doing like, let's say year 4 in secondary, I have to do my 1 day a week.
Okay, maybe I'm
thing.
Oh, wow, okay.
Which is also quite confusing, my school and I all kind of got our head around it, but it'll be fine, because, I mean, it's a bit scary because I'm a new member at start, so I've been the children in like year 1.
I went to uni in London
But
and I.
it's good because one day I will be teaching year 1, year 2, so it's good to have a bit of experience, because obviously I don't really have a lot outside of nursery age. That's what they is.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. When did it happen?
I'm already bringing feedback for now.
Oh, yeah.
Over the bridge. I know.
Yeah.
Borderline, it's not so really.
Oh, whereabouts here?
Wanting to learn like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's online.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah.
So it's literally just crossing.
I went to bed at 9 o'clock last night, my brain.
I couldn't sleep last night.
You need to find like when you put them into the bowl.
Yeah.
And then go, "That's all right."
Well, that's really low.
But the day before, I got home and I was like,
I got into bed for
I
an
know.
hour.
I do that all the time, I'm scared to bed.
What do you want
for dinner? And I'm like, pizza. Yeah, it's just, I go, and got them in Domino's, delivered very quickly, so.
Free ad dairy free. So loads of things.
They've got to be fish and chip shops, the new, you know, they've come under.
Oh, yeah. Perfect, that's a great place to go. But yeah, first night I was like, I cannot do anything, and my partner, she'd been away.
I want to ask Tasha where her dress is from, but.
Oh, I did too. All I want to know is where people's dresses are from, so.
She said, Facebook Marketplace.
No, what, yeah.
Did you ask her? I commented on her dress and she said.
Oh.
Facebook
That's
Marketplace.
near. That is what she said.
It's like the vintage of Facebook. No, I need to change that. I just want a different school.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg, tiny little guy.
US that was.
I'm
loving this. Yeah, I like the sleeve.
Catalan, and I got it for my holiday.
I'm very much like.
I can't remember the name, it was someone, one of the trainers that was here yesterday.
Oh, Emily, I think Emily has.
She, and I very sad, I was in Turkey. It's big, and floaty, and like, it was, but at my school, we
When I get
wear,
nervous, I
so
start
we
talking a lot.
wear, we
Yeah.
provided with like a, polo shirt and a
One of
big,
the sides through.
and then we have to wear our own trousers.
What?
So you get to dress up on a Thursday.
So on the Thursday, everyone's so starting like, you're workwear. They're like, yes, I'm not wearing mine. No, I'm wearing.
It's just like, it's so fantastic. I'm just trying to like educate things. Because I'm trying to get like pieces which I can like, if I wore this with a top over, yeah, it could be a skirt with top.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
And I like that, and then it'll be an outfit, and I wanna like be able to say, well,
Same one every week. And that's one thing I'm like, okay, to have a reshuffle of the wardrobe. But yeah, like you say, wear things that can turn into a.
Supposed to be like.
summer or winter.
Yeah.
I've got lots of like shorter, like I've got a lot of black, but like with something on it. But they're like above the knee dresses, which will be fine with like a t-shirt underneath, like in the summer. Or also if I wore tights and I could wear a jumper over it, it'd also be like very winter appropriate.
Yeah.
I feel like those that I need to probably wear.
Well, I was
Trousers more when I'm in reception, so you're like on the floor with it.
I was really.
I've got safety shirts.
No, oh, yeah. I was really good. My unit really got email.
You can only get in and out.
And my colleague from my work, that had done this course, did my last year.
She's out.
I remember he said to me, one really weird thing, it doesn't affect you, but it's something to work about, but you sit and knock off the door, but a cardigan, like when she's free.
Yeah, I know.
Cardigan?
It says on
I think it depends on the, like,
I imagine
your school, yeah, depends on what your school, because I was talking to some girls yesterday who are not allowed to wear trainers, my school, you're allowed to wear trainers. Some people aren't allowed to wear sandals, my school, everyone's wearing Birkenstock dogs, like.
Yeah, we're not
I
allowed
think
to
it
wear
depends
sandals, but we are allowed to wear trainers. Yeah, it's interesting, actually, each school will be. We ended up before we did with that sort of thing, which will be nice.
These guys were no code.
Was it just like on the code of conduct it says?
Yeah, I'm very fine, this is thing, well, I'm only not wearing a cardigan this week, oh, signing it last week, but I'm gonna wear a cardigan next week.
I wore a cardigan in.
No, that's not a cardigan, that's I get all into a long, open front.
It's in the code of conduct.
You had a blazer on the first day, but you looked extremely smart on the first blazer. I feel like I'm just really hot. I feel like you love to wear like power shorts.
You know.
You wanna wear a shirt.
I know it's very helpful being one, however, yes, I'm deeply jealous.
Yeah.
I want to wear a dress.
I don't know if it's and I feel that my no, my wearing a dress would ruin the maybe like because I was like CA, you know, we were obviously general schools. I was going at first in like smart trousers,
Take a picture of
shirts,
the
all
live
sorts of
picture.
various places. My grandfather got rid of the loads of shirts.
Vintage.
Yeah, exactly. So, some of them are like, I'll never wear them, but a lot of them are like, are really, really great. So I wear those without time, and then, we kept seeing one of our. And then I just kind of never stopped wearing them. But I think the policy of the male teachers at very least.
And you can wear those. 'Cause I think this is smart.
I think, yeah, these, well, I'm just leaving it to you. I might use this, I can probably get a tie in there.
A bow tie.
Yeah, I mean, like some people wear, you know, sort of full like.
But then I couldn't see it like.
I just I can't.
That'd be boring.
Yeah, there's people who are really suited, not because they're boring, but who like really suit.
their style.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
So,
yeah.
what you got to do for
And I think, you know, I'm hiding upstairs and it's.
So I did before because the efficiency was. I did about the literature, you know.
Yes, the answer.
Every 2 weeks.
Most.
I had to do a
Then you need to do 6 levels.
Then.
Do you do what reflection?
You'll be on reflection for day one.
Yeah. So I was day one. So random. And I was there. We haven't seen much of her, like, he was like, and I was like, yeah. And then he always wore a tie with different food on it. So he had like an egg tie, like all of it.
Yeah.
Something only in like the wear. But he really got away with it. And we had parents videos. My mum was like, you also wear those ties when I was younger. How do you still have them? I don't know if they see me.
Right, now, you know, I've done all the reading. Okay, time to do the.
I mean, you are just social types of children.
All together, yeah, you're like cool in it. Yeah, I did the same as you, I watched it again. Yeah, I know, well, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, such a painful.
Turn off 46 seconds. Oh my God. Oh, good. How do we don't know. Ah, cannot press any button.
I think.
Is it the remote control?
That's so stressful. Press any button. Right, let's just wait. My video.
What's it assessment?
Okay, there.
And everyone needs to have their own remote.
The screen.
Don't tell anyone.
Everything. You bet we are. We know it's.
And on the day, one of our iPad days, I have therapy. So, and they really like it, and just they realise. I do share the class with another lady, she's Enco, so she'll be having her own because my school is in. So I know that can take up to an hour because I live in Godalming and I know it takes me an hour to take school. So I love it. But I honestly, when I went to my school, my interview, I was like, why am I in these? Oh, I'd absolutely love to be on that. I won the lottery now. Yeah, I would like to get cheap.
They're like, I love just the hour, and then I'm students.
Like some pizza side of cold.
Yeah, it's awful, but that's what else.
Yeah.
Uni as well, but I'm very sure to get like, there we go.
Like,
So I don't mind. Oh no, you guys love it. We
know that.
Hello, everybody. We'll get going because I think that clock is definitely wrong. I've got an hour and I'm sure you feel a little bit overwhelmed after many days. So just to start off, very quick discussion. This session is all about assessment for learning, which I mentioned in that pretty epic planning a lesson session. We're going to go into a bit more detail. You know, it's just the beginning. We're going to see so many examples. Just to start, you all know who I am, JC, so I've got to say hello again. Hello, everyone. Let's start. Just a quick discussion on the table. What do we actually mean by assessment for learning? Okay, so I did mention it the other day, so hopefully you remembered. And is this the same as assessment of learning? So what is the difference between assessment for learning and assessment of learning? Just literally a 2-minute discussion. Go. I was about to say I'm about to take a register because I'm left with a register now. But I don't do that.
I feel like assessment for learning
There's so many,
That's whether they do like stay on track.
It's not like people really are assessing that I'm qualified. You know,
Any thoughts? Anyone want to be brave? What did you say? The differences, go for it.
So assessment for learning is, are they actually progressing? I think caveat, so that's what I think.
Yeah.
An assessment of learning is learning taking play.
Interesting. So assessment for learning, you're saying?
They're progressing.
Yeah.
An assessment of learning is that actually learning happening right up front.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Not completely correct, but I like it. Yeah, I see how you're saying that. But absolutely, and I think, yeah, I know what you're saying there, but the assessment for learning, you're on the right track there.
Okay.
Yeah, any other thoughts? Yeah.
Without really knowing.
Yeah.
I think like what I thought was that assessment for learning is like the continuous checking in lessons that
Yeah.
learning is taking place.
Yeah.
And assessment of learning is more like an end of term test and exam.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, go on.
You were saying like the first question is formative and the second
Ah.
question is summative.
Oh, okay. My God, it took me ages to remember formative and summative. For years I get confused. And I just remember summative because we sum it all up. That's how I remember it. Basically, that's it. Okay, so this is a very formative sort of constant checking throughout your lesson. Okay, where are we? How are we doing? And all of that stuff. Summative, exactly that. So our traditional school model is generally half term. You'll do some sort of test or sum up of what you've learned over that 6-week block. Now that can still be that, because then from that test, you're going to take stuff to think, well, what do we still need to work on? What are they not getting? What should I tweak to try and, or what do I need to recap? That's essentially the difference. And I'll put up a table in a minute for the key differences. Right. I just want you to imagine we're doing a lesson right now. And the first objective is to and we're using Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, so you're going to do those lower thinking skills, which is really knowledge recall, remember, so to know something. So let's imagine our first learning objective on the board is to know some of my favourite things. Okay, so in a lesson, I'd probably get you to write it down on all this, but because it's not really real, I'm going to tell you some of my favourite things, okay, and later on in the session, we're going to see how many of you have remembered that, and I'll teach you. So if you want to write it down, you can, but I'm not going to let you look at it when I ask you later on. Right, so favourite colour, everybody, I would say is turquoise. And I want you to know, I want you to do a bit of recall, I want you to know something and the reason why, okay? So my favourite colour, I'd say is turquoise. Don't ask me how to spell that, please. I've written it how I think. Because I think it reminds me of the colour of the sea. So your dress is actually my favourite colour. Well done. Okay, so you can have the colour of the sea is turquoise. My favourite chocolate is definitely Lindt. This is not me trying to like give hints of what you should buy me. Lindt chocolate is my favourite, and because I find it, I don't know, it's so creamy and amazing. And my favourite animal, I struggled with this, but I'd probably say it's the tiger, to be honest. I just think they're so beautiful and elegant. I wouldn't want to be near one, but I do think it's my favourite. So, okay, those are my 3 favourite things. That's our first learning objective, all right? And I will test you on that later on, okay? I will also be doing some interleaving, okay, when I do a bit of an AFL check. Who can remember? Anyone thoughts on what is interleaving? Has anyone covered this before? Interleaving. So what interleaving is I'm going to test you on something maybe I did last term. In this case, what we did on Wednesday. So you sometimes, do you remember I said some of your starters could be literally 5 questions on a topic you did at Christmas and it's now Easter, for example. Because when you teach the GCSE and A level, you'll realise how much, sorry, and primary, I've got to be aware I'm secondary based, so do forgive me, but there's so much content to cover, okay, in primary and secondary, you do have to remember to keep going back, and that's called interleaving, when you sort of change it, you swap up the knowledge. Right, so the actual objectives of this session are to obviously understanding the meaning of assessment for learning and formative assessment, explore some strategies and understand how we could probably use these in your lessons next week. It links to this area of our intent. I'm going to go through this quite quickly, and it's a teaching standard 6. Okay, so that goes when you're looking at evidence, that is the area it's looking at, but you'll have a copy of all this so you can go back to it. Right, 2 main types of assessment, which is what we were just talking about. Okay, so it really summed up, you basically gave the answer. Assessment for learning, exactly that, it's very formative. It happens throughout the lesson. It's informing you of what you need to do next. Okay, who's getting it, who's not getting it. It should involve the student and the teacher. It's flexible, it's ongoing. Okay, you use it as a diagnostic tool to figure out, I need to go through that, or that, these students need that again. Okay, do you remember I talked to you about that release of responsibility? Some need to stay in the we for longer, others can be on their own. And it's basic to inform you if you're teaching at the moment. So if I did one right now and I said, right, tell me what that is, and none of you got it, I'd have to go back over it. So it's trying to get you to be flexible. That can be very scary when you've got a lovely lesson plan. You've got someone in the back of your lesson sort of scowling at you and frowning as they're observing you. And you're suddenly like, oh my gosh, they don't get it, but that's not my lesson plan. I'm just going to carry on. Okay, it takes a lot of practice and a lot of skill. Exactly, we said assessment of learning is generally these summative tests that you do. Now, our model is you teach a topic, you do a test. You teach another topic, you do a test. That's generally how it works in our school systems. We had a really good talk saying maybe that needs to change. Why do you test at the end? Should you be testing after the trickiest bit? Should you be interleaving all your topics together? So it's something, you know, but generally you'll find your schools, it's a very summative approach, and it's at the end of each sort of topic. And it's usually measured using some sort of grade or criteria or level is your summative. And your students will say, oh, it's gonna be said on parents' evening, it's gonna be on my report. And it's, you know, sometimes a yes if you're trying to get them to do some revision. Okay, so that's the 2 types of assessment, basically formative and summative. You will be getting these, so please don't worry, you're not getting all the notes now. Right, to save paper, I've not finished out this filter. This is actually a bit of an AFL technique which we'll look at, but it's saying here, imagine you've got a filter like you're in science. Okay, you've got a beaker and a filter. In the top of your filter, so if you want to draw it, you can. Yeah, you know, it's quite fun, but if you just want to write, that's totally fine. So imagine you've got a filter, and just in your tables or your groups on your tables, just write down why is it so important, AFL. Okay, so we're talking about formative assessment here. Why is it so important? And then filter through, if you had to pull out 2 of the most, you know, if you say you've got 5 reasons, what would be your top 2 reasons for why it's so important? Just 3 minutes, off you go. Okay, you can draw the filter if you want, some people like drawing it.
I don't know if there was the same.
Why is it important? Which would be your top thing?
Below the level spotlight. So I think formative assessment that you have. Or just for if they really get it, but you actually like if they need that from
You know, yeah.
Exams on it. I feel like if we go on to the next topic, then we have first one, so might as well just do that then. And then it's like 2 to 3. Yeah.
Come up with like 4 reasons, top 2, top 1.
Yeah, like, yes. It's like when I'm doing someone's name, to use it.
It's like forcing them to go through that process in the moment, at the same time, because it's like actually going there. I mean, I know that it's
I might even know that.
So
yeah, revisiting things so we can move into long-term memory. And then certainly need that like need to see something or and actually I'm all right do that. And even if that is like really at least they like where they have got high EY. Yeah, because I've actually had a so
Right, I'm going to come around each table. I want your top reasons for pretty similar. What would be your top reason that would get through that filter? I'm giving you preparation to answer me.
No, I think that's I feel like that's something that we could being in that mainstream, it's easy to forget that. So it is good to make that. Yeah. Oh, I was on them team. That's like a good mark or something. Even if yeah, I'd be happy to see that. And I was like, it helps to be engagement.
Right, so make sure everybody decide the one you're going to read out and who's your spokesperson. 10 more seconds. Who's your spokesperson?
Do you think, right? Who's the spokesperson?
With one you're going to read.
Them like engage with. I know we're going to read like I don't really learn so much.
Right, here we go. Let's start with this table. Off you go, your top reason.
Adaptability.
Expand it.
Well, we had lots of different reasons that kind of filter down to this, because it's not only the assessment for learning in the moment, it's not only flexible, but it also informs your teaching, your practice. And therefore it's really personalized to the students. So that kind of adaptability.
Take it. Very nice answer. Thank you very much. This table.
So we went for identification really of the students that both need to be challenged and the ones that need to be supported as well, sort of from 2 sides of that learning perspective, because it's not just going to be about the students that need support, it's also about the ones that are getting everything really, really quickly. And they're kind of coasting while the rest of the class might still be catching up, and you need to be able to challenge them.
Brilliant, absolutely. So they're not coasting and get bored and things like that. Brilliant. This table?
We were saying that it was just about that it offers them an opportunity for self-reflection as well.
It does.
And gives them confidence in what they're learning.
Absolutely. I think that's really true. This gives them a moment to think, okay, where am I? This is this is what I'm doing. Okay, so it gives that child, especially those who might find it hard to follow your subject. Okay, we're on this learning objective, this is what we're working on. Absolutely gives them some self-reflection. So this table.
We actually thought no one else would say this, but they just kind of said, we said like confidence, like if you're checking in on them, like as you go, if they maybe are like, oh, I don't really think I get it, but then maybe they get something that you ask them right.
Absolutely.
Like, oh, I actually do understand. Or on the other end of it, like maybe we're saying like the older children, maybe if they maybe don't do so well, it might motivate them then to be like, okay, maybe I actually need to put a bit more effort in this area or something like that. So like that self-reflection piece as well.
Absolutely, and it gives them sort of that their own sort of ownership over their learning. Now, what I did there, I said in 10 seconds, I want a spokesperson and pick an answer. Sometimes, and that's a sort of questioning technique, if you sort of say, right, you give me an answer, you give me an answer, you give me an answer. Some kids hate that, okay, it puts them on the spot, they panic, they're not sure, you won't get as good an answer. You give them an opportunity, have a quick chat with your partner, give them confidence and warn them, okay, 1 minute, I'm going to come to you, pick someone who's going to answer. You might say, because usually the most confident one, I'm not saying you were the most confident who decided who you spoke to, but your class will find, oh, the most confident will. So you might have to pick someone else, but give them time to prepare for that. Yeah.
Just in addition, there's also a satisfaction that comes from the side of the teacher.
Yeah.
When you realize that, okay, actually, the student actually comprehending what I'm saying, there's kind of joy. That's,
it's so true. It's so depressing though if they literally don't. You're like, oh, okay. It's like when you mark an essay and you think, oh, I did not say any of that. Where has that come from? I need to reteach this. But absolutely, if they say something, you're like, yes, exactly. It gives you self-confidence as a teacher. Absolutely. Right, so formative assessment, why is it so important? Exactly those things that you were saying. Okay, it's used to promote students' learning. Okay, so it is there to actually help the learning. It's formative, so feedback is actually used to adapt the teaching to meet the learning needs. So exactly that. We've done a bit of a quick AFL thing, and we'll look at loads of strategies in a minute. And it gives you an idea of what do I need to do now, who needs a bit of extra help. It's regular, it's frequent. Okay, and it really helps you to be flexible and adapt your teaching. And you know, the teachers that do it the most, it'll be a natural thing you will do, it will just become natural. You'll see the most progress in those lessons because students know how to reflect, they know what they're working on, and the teacher knows which area in particular they need to work on. Yes.
I want to ask is like with like teaching sixth formers.
Yeah.
If you were doing, say, something where you go, okay, you've got your exam in like a month's time.
Yeah.
So we're going to do a kind of not a formal mock, but we're going to do. I'm going to get you to do an exam.
Yeah.
If that's you could see that as a summative assessment, but then you could also see it as formative. Like, do they interlink in that way? Like, if I was, you know, in one of the classes and talking about it that way, that wouldn't be like wrong.
No, because that's what I mean. It can, the summative can become formative when it's, so let's say you've just done a summative, you've just done an end of topic test, and you're like, there's your score, done. That's very summative. I've summed up data, but it becomes formative, exactly that, when you're using it to firstly actually try and help the students improve and to see what areas they need to focus on. So you're absolutely right, they're completely interlinked. So usually a really good teacher will take the summative and not just there's your score, that's that, move on. Okay, I'm going to tell you parents and parents evening. It's going to be, right, wow, from this test, they really struggled with question 4 and question 6. We need to work on those in lessons. That's where it is actually formative assessment. Yeah, well done. They do completely interlink. Okay, who's had Dylan Williams? Good. Okay, perfect, lots of nodding. Okay, so he does, obviously he's amazing and he talks a lot about assessment for learning. Is that going to click on? Yeah. And we actually get to watch a video, guys. Kids are always excited when you play a video. So this is a clip and I've got it all set up, so I'm hoping it's going to work. And it's all about assessment for learning. So let's show, what do we mean? So feel free to take notes. Now, because you are you, I'm just playing this. In a class, a 9-minute video, A-level might be different, okay, but for the younger years, you're going to break it up. You won't just play 9 minutes of a video and then again say, what did they say? Break it up into chunks. You might say 2 minutes, pause it. You should have some sort of question sheet, something they need to focus on, because otherwise it just becomes not a very useful tool, okay? So use a video, but break it up, make sure they're all focused, answering questions, things like that. I won't do that for you lot, all right? So what do we mean by assessment for learning? There we go.
The reason we're focusing on assessment for learning or formative assessment today is because the evidence drives us there. If we're serious about raising student achievement, we have to invest in teachers. If we're serious about investing in teachers, we should do it through formative assessment because the evidence suggests we're going to have more effect there than we will do anywhere else. I think that's quite important because a lot of people will say, I haven't got time to do this stuff. I talk to head teachers and they say, we've got too many initiatives going on. Yes, but all the other initiatives aren't going to make a difference to your students. So why are you doing them? If you want to read the research, there are 5 helpful studies. Between them, these 5 research reports synthesize the results of about 4,000 research projects on feedback, on assessment for learning in schools and colleges and in workplaces. What's interesting is they all find consistent substantial effects. Whether you're looking at maths or modern languages, whether you're looking at 5-year-olds or 25-year-olds, whether you're looking at Canada or Israel, you get similar kinds of effects. A quick word on the distinction between assessment for learning, which you've probably heard of quite a lot, and formative assessment.
Quite interesting.
Paul Black and I have always used the term formative assessment, but the government adopted the phrase assessment for learning, and it's a very sexy way of putting it, because you've got assessment of learning bad, assessment for learning good. Very easy to contrast those two things. The problem is that assessment for learning focuses on the intention rather than the action. It says, I'm collecting this information in order to. And I go into classrooms and I see lots of formative intention. I see very little formative action. I see very little use of that evidence actually to make a difference. Now, the word formative to me is a very clear etymology. Our formative experiences are the experiences that shaped us as individuals. In the same way, I think formative assessment should be assessment that actually shapes learning. Not that it was intended to, but that actually had the effect of shaping learning. So assessment becomes formative when the evidence is actually used to adapt the teaching work to meet learning needs. Now, unfortunately, we have a new assessment for learning strategy published by the government a few weeks ago, and they have emphasised a view of assessment for learning which is all about recording and reporting achievement. I don't know, I must be a really terrible teacher, because I cannot get anybody in the government to understand that they're wrong. But let me put it as starkly as I can. If what you're doing under the heading of assessment for learning or formative assessment involves putting anything into a spreadsheet, if it involves using a pen other than for writing comments in a student's exercise book, then you're not doing the assessment for learning that makes a difference. I'm not saying having a school assessment policy is a bad idea. It's a very good idea. So is tracking students' scores over time. It's a very smart thing to be doing. The point is the research shows it doesn't make a difference to student scores, or at least a tiny difference, even if it's measurable. So we could call all these things formative assessment or assessment for learning, whether it's the annual cycle of reviewing test scores and checking to see whether there's nothing wrong in looking through your kids' exam results, looking at their papers, seeing that they consistently missed a topic, and looking back and saying, oh, the reason for that is we didn't teach it at all. Now, that's a good thing to do, isn't it? But it's not going to make a big difference. The really big effect sizes that we find in the research literature are when you do this stuff here, the minute by minute and day by day formative assessment. If you let the kids leave the classroom before you've used the evidence about their achievement that you've acquired to make a difference to your teaching, you're already playing catch up. And if you haven't made an adjustment for the next time they reappear in your classroom, it's probably too late. Yeah? So basically, you do not need to be able to write to do good formative assessment. It's about that minute by minute and day by day adjustment of your teaching. The reason is that all the long cycle stuff does is monitor student achievement and possibly align your curriculum so that if you're not teaching stuff you should be teaching, it tells you that. That's helpful, but it's weak. Medium cycle, you might get the students involved, you might get the students understanding the success criteria, that might be helpful, and you might get better teacher thinking about learning. But here's the point, here's the trap. Here's the trap I think we've been in for the last 30 years. Changing what teachers think doesn't benefit students until it changes what teachers do. And as you change what teachers do in classrooms, you have no impact on student outcomes. And most of the professional development we've had in this country over the last 30 years has been designed to change teachers' thinking. Basically, we've been trying to get teachers to think their way into a new way of acting. And what we're going to focus on today is getting teachers to act their way into a new way of thinking. The short cycle stuff improves your classroom practice and improves student engagement. Now, what is formative assessment? Well, we've been trying to think about how to communicate this effectively, and it seems to us there are three key processes: where the learners are in their learning, where they're going, how to get there. Nothing very radical there. Think about the role of teachers, peers, and learners. Cross those two dimensions, and you get this chart here. So we think there are 5 really central strategies. One is clarifying and sharing learning intentions. One is engineering effective discussions, tasks, and activities that elicit evidence of learning. Providing feedback that moves learners forward. Activating students as learning resources for one another, and activating students as owners of their own learning. Now, those probably seem slightly familiar or connected to what you know about. The point is that these are much broader notions than people typically talk about. People typically talk about questioning, about feedback, about self-assessment, and peer assessment. For me, self-assessment is important, but it's only part of activating students as owners of their own learning. There are other important things like metacognition, thinking, about managing your emotional response. Learning is hard, and the resilience that the best students acquire in the face of failure is an important part of becoming an effective learner. Activating students as learning resources for one another goes way beyond just peer assessment. It's also peer tutoring and collaboration, supporting each other as learners. Providing feedback that moves learners forward. That's really important. Most feedback, even in the best schools, even when teachers write comments rather than give scores and grades, is actually the view through the rearview mirror rather than the view through the windscreen. It's what was wrong with the last assignment, but they're never going to do that assignment again. The best feedback takes out of the last assignment what the students need to feed into their next assignment. It's very hard to do, but it's the stuff that makes a difference. I flew back from Glasgow a couple of weeks ago, and I'm very glad the pilot did not navigate the way that most teachers assess. Because if he had, what he'd done is said, right, Glasgow, due south, flying time of approximately 55 minutes, and after 55 minutes, he would actually sit down at the nearest airport and say, is this Heathrow? And the person on the ground says, no, it's Gatwick. And the pilot says, sorry, you've got to get off because I've got another job to go on to. Because that's what we do, isn't it? We teach kids stuff, and at the end, we test them. And if they're doing well, we say, great. And we say, done badly, we say, don't worry, we'll do it again next term. Yeah, because we do, don't we? Go around and around the same stuff. But most kids, not so much as a spiral curriculum as a circular one. So rather than doing that at the end of learning, why not do what the pilot did? Plan a course, but then take readings as you go and change course as conditions dictate. This is not rocket science, but it's about those small cycles. It's about how often should you do formative assessment? Not more often than once every minute. It's that kind of very short cycle. Am I on target? Do the kids get it? Shall I move on now?
Right, just have a minute. What was the most powerful thing out of that video? With your paper, off you go. What did you find the most interesting point there? Off you go.
Maybe next time, like, yes, at the very least, you can say, next time do this.
Yes, it's on the notes.
Great, it was a really good book.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it was just such
I think
Yeah, it was such common sense. Yeah, he does. I love his
And also
pilot analogy. The lesson, they probably lost a piece of the lesson.
I remember when I used to my Yeah, they, I feel like
It's really hard
sometimes
sometimes.
just get them read the overall mark.
Am I really gonna change the lesson or add another lesson? It's time.
Yeah.
How long
It's always like,
really?
like, it's like you say, like highlighting the bad things.
Yeah, the plan.
Yeah, and then you end up thinking, oh.
Let's say we have every day a chance to sit down with the department and say, they didn't get that, let's plan it. It's time.
That works.
So-
I'll do that again, yeah.
Exactly. And it's really, you do, so it's, yeah, it's a lovely idea, reality, it's like, it should have been like this, but that's it's a way to think, and there's a sudden change, isn't it? Right, anything, did anything stand out to anyone, anything they liked, yeah, go on.
Well, I was just gonna say, as much as I do agree with them, because I've done that, I had to write like 4,000 word essays on this plan and.
Right, good.
Like, it's so difficult because you
Yeah.
believe something and he's right, and I completely agree with that, but then it doesn't line up with the policies we have to follow from the government.
I was literally just
And it's
saying
so
that.
difficult.
You know, I love his pilot analogy, you know, if you know, you change course depending on, you know, your students. But I was just saying here, the problem is time. You know, you've sat there and planned a chunk of, I don't know, 6, 7 lessons, which would take you out, well, not now with AI, literally made me feel sick when he showed me that. But so now, but you know, you still spent hours. And then, I don't know, let's say you taught year 7s and they haven't quite got it, you know, oh, really, I should now go and change all my planning and sit down with my department and figure out new resources. But in reality, you don't have time and you don't sit down with your departments every night. If you're lucky, you sit down with them once every 2 weeks. It will vary in schools. So what I'm saying is, what he's saying is completely correct. It makes sense, doesn't it? And actually that's so true. If you had all the time in the world and you only had 5 students or 10 students, you could tweak and vary. So you're never going to be able to do that. But it's a really good way to think about things for us to just not be so rigid. And to even, you can get simple tricks. So you can say, you know what, they didn't get that. So next lesson, I'm not going to teach the next one. I might just spend time recapping. So you don't have to plan. But again, if you're doing, you know, SATs or year 6 or GCSE A levels, you've got deadlines. Unfortunately, they've got to take an exam in May, June, so you can't always have the beauty of that. But it gets you thinking to not be so rigid. Yeah.
Sort of like what you're saying about exams and not how you were saying.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned sort of really early on about like talking to the government about a broader like the way that the education like system is set up.
Yeah.
So it's kind of moved away from the brief time where like coursework was becoming like really actually a much more common way of assessing than exams, whereas now it's largely exam.
Yeah.
And so if you're teaching, you know, I think that at the moment the year 9 is where like the science GCSE content, for example, starts to come in.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're at the beginning of year 9 and you're learning about, I think they learn about like the structure of the atom, right? And then they get to year 11 and obviously they're doing their revision. But ultimately, if you get to the exam and they can't do it, or like all with English, you know, using the exam model for like a humanities subject means that because of the time constraints that you were talking about, you end up teaching them to pass the exam rather than teaching them the skills that you want them to take them.
Absolutely.
The students are not going to be like.
And there's a whole debate around that, you know, you could go bigger, are exams the way to do it, you know, and some countries, they don't do it like we do. So there is that, and like you say, this is ideal, but you're constrained, you know, exactly from the government to lay out what exams, and in a day, at the moment, kids have to sit down and take an exam and write it, and that's that, and that's going to get their qualification to help them with their futures. So that's how we've got to go around it. But so it's the time, it's the beauty of time. And we talked a lot about mastery. You'll hear a lot about mastery now. And the whole idea is kids should know things in depth and in detail, and you shouldn't move on until they've all got, say, 80% in these subjects. And you think, well, I can move on from one topic with some of these students, you know, for 2 years. So it's got to be, and I know in Asia it's a big thing, but they've got completely different setups and different structures. So it's sort of picking bits and think, it's a really interesting way of thinking about learning. Yeah.
I think one of the things that I found really practically useful about what he was saying was about marking.
Yeah.
Because particularly when I've marked papers in English, I just go through and I'm like, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong.
Yeah.
And like underline, but then we do sometimes like underline where they got through assessment objectives and blah, blah, blah. But I think it would be so useful for me to change my mindset and be like, underline places where maybe they nearly achieved something.
Yeah.
And said, look, if you did this slightly differently next time, you could achieve something.
Yeah.
And it's more about having that search for how they make the next step of improvement.
Yes.
And I think that would be so much more effective. And I was like, why don't I do that?
I know.
I don't do that.
And
I just
give you so much more confidence. I know you scribble over it, rubbish, or you like that. But yeah, exactly. It's changing that mindset. It's so obvious. Yeah.
Yes, so that was my hope. I just wanted to emphasize that.
Yeah.
Every time you mark something, there should be, what can you do next time to make it better? And in English, you can actually do that because very often it's going to be another
It's
going to be another.
Might be a different topic, but still skills.
Absolutely, yes. So if you can make sure you're always doing it, then the assessment always has a point rather than just being the end.
And that was a big challenge because Ofsted now really focus. Ofsted's framework is actually pretty good. It's really intense, but it makes a lot of sense. And a lot of that is targets. How do you know students are, and this isn't sort of numerical targets, this is actual targets in English, you must analyse more or something. And it's like, how do you know kids are actually responding to targets? So it was quite a challenge for schools, like how do we do this? Because it's got to be based on skills more than, because topics change every term. So let's say they did really badly in glaciation. Well, I'm not teaching glaciation again, but you've still got the skills in geography, explain, describe, analyse. So you've got to find targets that they can work on, which they could then move forward. Yeah.
Sorry, this is slightly random, but does make sense. In Ireland, their curriculum is skill focused.
Yeah.
Rather than like topic focused. And it works so well because once they gain those skills, which we do try and do from such a young age, then they're able to grasp the things in learning. And I think that's something that can be reviewed.
More skill focused.
And I think that there is that opportunity to do it in EYFS and reception and only really reception. Because you've got that extra, like, we don't have those huge deadlines every other year has. And I think it's such a shame. And the government needs to formally evaluate.
Right, at the end of this. We come at a load of ideas.
Government, so maybe they're gonna.
Exactly. Yeah, let's see what Keir does. Absolutely. So, yeah, I thought, you know, a big thing, he did talk a lot about, didn't he, about this whole summative. If you just give a kid a text back or some write back and you just put a score. And this is what you'll find. I want to know, what did I get? What score did I get? What did you get? Try and avoid that. And it really irritates them if you don't put a score on it. But say, I will only give you your score once I've seen you've read all my comments or read my feedback and you've actually done something to improve it, then I'll tell you your score. Because otherwise, all they want to see is a score. It's like when you, in the olden days, the teacher used to get observed, you'd get outstanding, it was a silly system, but you'd get outstanding, good, not good, rubbish, leave the profession. But all you want to know is, what did I get? What did I get? Read any of the feedback. It's the same as students. So make it really important. In Salaried, we call it DIRT, dedicated independent reflection time. And when they've done some sort of summative test, let's say, you then make it formative by having a lesson where they go through it, they work out what they need to improve, they look at these misconceptions, and it's really helpful. Now, I believe you read this over the summer. Okay, so you'll be familiar, but I'll just give you a minute, just have a read of that again. That last sentence, it checks to make sure students are not getting any misconceptions. You need to get in there quickly, okay? You need to work out very quickly, no, that's going to be wrong, okay, to analyse. So within 15 minutes of your lesson, you know, you might do some sort of AFL, quick check. It checks to make sure that none of these misconceptions are forming in their heads before it gets into long-term memory and it's more difficult to sort of unpick later on. Okay, so that was a nice extract from there. Right, we have got, good, 20 minutes. Let's go through a ton of strategies, okay? Before I start, quickly on your tables, try and come up with 4 or 5 strategies. Well, how could you do some AFL in your lessons? What have you seen if you've been in schools? Make 4 or 5 strategies. I mentioned some the other day. Go for it, a list, 4 or 5 strategies. What AFL strategies have you seen?
Yeah.
A different person on the table is gonna give me one of theirs in a minute.
If it's just like.
Having a quick moment with like to set the chance that someone's making sure you're organised.
Yeah.
You seem very
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things as well. We like training. I know that's so funny, like, that's actually these go around whilst they're like working. But we would only pick like 3 people, like that's fine, but at least if people know it's coming, then we'll actually.
Do you know? And they like, you just couldn't observe and they were.
Yeah.
And then like, everyone, like, show it.
Yeah.
How it's not when you say it.
You can like, yeah, I can do it on other like. I guess my next rewriting
One person, a different person, give me one of theirs from each table.
Yeah, no, they're so good.
And then you can see which ones they have.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start with this table over here. Right, this table over here, one of your AFL strategies.
Like multiple choice quizzes.
Multiple choice quizzes, very nice, multiple choice quizzes. This table over here, one of your strategies. Quiz, lovely, multiple choice quiz. It's very similar, could be different. This table. Whiteboards, mini whiteboards, very good. This table. Questioning. And actually, to begin with, that is the first one, questioning, because never works. Questioning, there's some crazy statistic of how many questions a teacher will ask in a day. It's something ridiculous, like 60,000 questions in a week. You will naturally question, okay, all the time questioning, what did I just say? Who said this? Tell me this, tell me this. It is a very effective AFL tool, okay? It is, hands down, it's the most common, it's the most natural, and it's how we all work. Just be careful of questioning. Bat and ball questioning is the most common thing you see. So that would be me, tell me an answer. Me, tell me an answer. The problem with that is you're only getting a few students. Anyone who's not being asked completely disengages. I've seen bat and balls go on for like 10 minutes, you know, and those kids just switch off if they're not being asked. It's disengaging. You're not finding the class. It slows pace. So I'm not saying you're not going to use it. You're going to use it all the time. Just watch how much you do. Research questioning techniques. There's loads of things where you can do this sort of bounce, pounce thing, where you say, I'm going to ask you, bounce the question on, throw the question to someone else. There's loads of techniques. You can do things where mini whiteboards, everyone answers the question. Okay, so you get everyone answering that question. You can do things where you say, I'm going to ask you, you, and you, and you this question in 2 minutes. It gets people working around it. But questioning is by far the number one. And when you're short of time, it's what you'll fall back on, okay? When you pick, just someone give me an answer, good, you've got it, let's move on, okay? But it is the most common form of AFL. Right, there's loads of things that you can do. So there's things like sorting tasks, okay? So let's say your first learning objective, doing some sort of definitions, very simple, it's your, your knowledge recall, okay, your basic thinking skills. You might then do something to sort of really get, do people understand it? Okay, matching the words to its definition, sorting processes into correct orders. That can be a really good one, and a challenging one. I just used to hate printing of these cards, you cut them all out, and then they've got to sort all these papers. Try and avoid that and think of what you could just do is literally have it on A4 and they number them. Okay, and they can sort it that way, because I tell you, cutting out all these cards and handing them out to a bunch of year sevens is always a nightmare. You can have things where you sort cards into piles. So you have 3 categories: geography, environmental, social, or economic impact. Here are some impacts. Figure out which one they go into. I want to check you really understand those concepts, because I've just spent 15 minutes teaching it. Match the picture, match items, sort the examples best to worst. Okay, so there are these sorting tasks which can be quite engaging, to be honest, because that basically most things you're going to do is questioning and probably mini quizzes. So these are just other ways, and it's a good way for you to walk around to very quickly see who's getting it and who's not. Questions with written answers. Okay, these, you know this. So you might have some exam question. Right, so you just taught something. Now apply what I taught you to this exam question. We'll find that with the old year groups. We'll do that. The reason they're really good is, say you've got them from an exam board, you've already got a mark scheme. So it's a very nice way to see. There's your question. 2 minutes to answer it, because I've taught you it 15 minutes. Right. There's a mark scheme. You might swap it. Your mark scheme has to be very good if you want them to peer mark it, to make it very, like, 1 point if you've got this definition. Next point, if you link the definition, it has to be very broken down, but it's a very good way. They quickly tick, give themselves a score. Okay, so actually using that. Short quizzes, which we talked about, they can be on the board, and you could go through that. Paragraphs. You know, again, depending on your year group, they're going to have to write paragraphs at times. So get them to practice that paragraph, and that could be a way. How would you though check, let's say they've all written a paragraph, okay, so you've got 30 kids in a class, they've all written 7, 8 lines, okay, so English teachers, you're going to face this a lot of humanities. How would you actually check though? Because that's one of the biggest challenges. Go on.
One of the ways I've seen English supervising in lessons with do exercises like that is to kind of go around while they're being written and maybe find a couple. They go, you know, do you mind sharing that one? Because I think it's really good. So you can kind of model what a really good one looks like, and then people can kind of like build on that. That's kind of that's the only way I've seen it really.
And that's why I said the other day, your behaviour management does have to be very good here, because you want them writing paragraphs and you want to be walking around checking. Generally, I need silence in that situation because I want to concentrate, they need to concentrate. So as some of this time when you're doing AFL, really it's about what do the kids, that individual kid know, not what the whole group know, what do they know? So a lot of the time you might ask for silence, okay, because I need to see, and you can explain, I need to see what you have learned so I can help you. And you can walk around, it can be really effective. You can just literally lean over, you know, and say, okay, and we call it dot marking, which will come up, and you might just have some stickers with a little dot and just put on, this is a really good bit. Or circle, you can go around and say, I'm going to circle, make some comments. Okay, because some people like these stickers, and the green means something and the red means something, you know. I've never been able to do that, but there's lots of ideas of where you walk around, it's called live sort of marking. Longer written exam questions. Now, how can you assess the whole class with these strategies? So verbal questioning, sorting tasks, questions with written responses. So we've just got a really good idea for longer paragraphs. Short things, show me your fingers. How many did you get right in that quiz? How many did you not? That could be quite a quick way. Okay, how many did you get correct? Write your score in your mini whiteboard, hold it up so I can see your score, okay? And you can then obviously see. Hands up if you got it right, keep your hands up if you've got it right, and all that stuff. The problem with, just be careful, because it can be embarrassing. Like I said before, you know, how many kids are gonna, oh, I didn't get it right, I won't put my hand up. Don't stand up if you've got it wrong, for example, okay? Just be careful that it's, this is not 100% foolproof, all right? People lie about their scores on their mini whiteboards. People obviously look at others and think, well, I'm not writing that. Some people, amazing, go the other way and they don't like being the ones that achieve the highest, so they write scores lower because people are picking on them. So you've just got to be aware, got to know, we say know your onions, know your students, know the ones you might need to go and just double check and see how they got on. With this, I just wrote in my notes when I was looking at this session, let's say you've done a quiz. One of the things that can slow pace of a lesson from observing is when someone has done a quiz and then they go through every single answer. They ask the questions for every single answer and get a kid. That is just slows the pace. Have your answers ready. Put the answers on the board. Say, right now, mark it. Quick, 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 tick, 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 cross, cross, cross. Tell me which one you got wrong. Okay, and on their mini whiteboards, they all hold up. I've got question 2 wrong or question 4 wrong. And then you know, right, I need to go through question 2 or 4. Okay, it is such a game changer. It speeds your pace. You don't need it. If you're organised enough, have your answers on your PowerPoint already. So you can say, there's the quiz, now mark it. Okay, so again, that is just a good tip when you're trying to get feedback from a class. Which answer did you get wrong?
What age would you say it's appropriate for them to start marking their own work?
Yeah.
Like year 1 or 2?
We attempt at the end of year 1.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah, especially with like maths and things that are quite, there's either a right or wrong.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
yeah. Are they pretty good? Yeah, because I think if you've got to train a class every year, to be honest, because they hate it. They hate it when they have to, when they want you to mark everything. As
Even
a
read,
teacher.
write, they do tick it or fix it.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
they?
they do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the introduction of it.
Yeah.
Actually, imagine younger years would be like, oh, cool, I'm marking. To be honest, I don't know, you know.
I wouldn't even say it's perception.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know, when you have your, you know, your different areas, they can, you know, one does it and then, oh, let your friend have a look at what you do.
Yeah.
Maybe with shapes and then like sorting.
Yeah.
It's very low.
Yeah, I think just the only thing with peer marking, which you have to do and they self-mark, you've got to have that classroom, you've got to make sure that it's a safe environment and really set it up. And if you hear anyone being mean or teasing or saying something, you've got a rubbish score, they are pulled out straight away and dealt with, because that's where it will go wrong. So you've got to get your environment right to make sure there is no mickey taking here. It is, you know, everyone is supporting each other. I don't, maybe in younger groups they'll be nicer. Okay, right, sorry, because it's a quick break, we're not having a quick break, sorry, we've got 5 more minutes. These are now more physical. I would hold off on this for at least a half term, but they can break up a lesson, go on. Oh, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Why? I suppose because I personally, when you start teaching, you want to get the environment right. And I think the main thing for you guys is to get the behaviour in place and to get them focused. Now, that would be your number 1 priority personally, okay? I'm not saying you can't, absolutely. The thing with these is, like, so sometimes I see teachers, and it does work, but only if you've got very good behaviour management. So let's say you've got a bunch of year 9s, okay, bubbly class, it can really help engage. So right, everyone stand up. You can have like agree, disagree, sort of where are we on this spectrum, and then moving around the classroom. Yeah. So that's the only reason I'd say get your behaviour in line first of all. So and let this happen, because the problem is if you come in and straight away you're getting them running around the classroom, it might set a different impression of what you want. Okay, but they are there. They are fun. Okay, it gets kids a bit more, maybe more engaged and quiz and questioning all the time. Okay, it's just something to think about. Getting them stand up, sit down for different answers. Okay, it's a bit like true or false. I don't know if you played heads or on the bum. Have you ever done that? And yeah, there you go, staff party. So you could do that with kids, or heads and tail. Move to an area of the room if you agree or disagree to check they understand some concept you're trying to teach. But again, most kids are going to go where everyone else goes, so they're not bulletproof in any way. But they're another way of, you know, checking understanding in a more active way. We are nearly there, I promise. Right, ideally, if you've got a piece of paper and a different colour pen to what you're writing in, if you could just put one between two, ideally, just one piece of paper, maybe two different colour pens. Don't worry if you haven't, it's just, I want to show you a very good technique for the next strategy. So another strategy, which is again different, is some of you might like post-it notes. Absolutely, yeah, got some post-it notes. Yeah, exactly. This is quite common actually. Post-it notes. If you're a post-it note person, you enjoy that. And it's a really visual way for the teacher to see. So you could do a post-it note thing where you might ask a question at the beginning. They've all got to write what they know on a post-it note. If you've got the beauty in a class, you've got like a blank board like that. They come up, put a post-it note on the board. So you as a teacher get a chance to sort of read them. If you don't have that, they could just keep it on their desk, to be honest, and you could walk around and read. And then throughout the lesson, the idea is they add to the post-it note, or they have another post-it note to show what they've learned. Okay, so it can be a really nice visual way. We even need to go really extreme. You can have different colour post-it notes, like this lady here. There we go. Turquoise, my favourite. And you can say, right, you're still not sure, write on the red. If you're getting more confident, write on the green. But post-it notes, again, kids quite like it. It's quite creative. It's a different way. And then you have these post-it walls. What I thought we could try, it's called a silent debate. As you can imagine, I don't like noise, so we make it silent. So let's say I wrote a question here. So say in geography, sorry, you're not geography. Why are some countries more economically developed than others? Okay, so why essentially some countries richer than other countries? So let's say my lesson, that was my question at the beginning, all right? And by the end, that's what I want them to be able to answer. You know, why is it that we have some very wealthy places and some very poor places? What is the reasons? And a silent debate means that you give, like you're going to have a piece of paper with a pair, and they're not talking. They are just writing their thoughts. So you do a line. So you want to just do a line down the middle. Ideally, it's on an A3 piece of paper. Make it landscape, do a line down the middle. One of you writes on one side, the other writes on the other. Yeah? So you can put your name on the top of each column if you want. And you're not talking, you can be a three, you can be a three, don't worry, it's just relax. You're not talking, you're writing, okay? Why do you think some places are richer than others? Now, in a class, I would have some hint words up here, but you could do this at the beginning with no input, just to see what they already know. Okay, so have a go, write it out in silence, write to each other.
Oh, sorry.
Why are some places richer than others?
Sorry.
Keep it professional, please. Sorry, nearly done. We're doing a silent debate. You can. So what you can do, you can respond. Actually, because it's a debate, you can sort of not agree with your partner, or. Now, while you're doing this, as a teacher, because it is a silent debate, I can actually walk around and see what people are writing. Ooh.
I wasn't allowed to take geography.
Yeah, I'll be able to tell. I thought you meant that. You ticked it. You're like, I agree with that. If you like someone that you took it. You're good geographers. Some of you are not. Now you're all a bit advanced for my class.
Well, that's good.
Right, because of time, we're going to stop. Now, the reason a silent debate is quite good is because, first of all, it will be in silent. You weren't actually that silent, guys, I'm afraid. And as a teacher, you can actually walk around. Now, if I was doing a lesson, I'd probably do that at the beginning, and they enjoy it because everyone loves asking questions. You can have amazing questions here, you know, to get them really thinking. And then later on in the lesson, I'd say, right, get it back out, and that add to your notes. And we sometimes say in a different colour pen. Why a different colour pen? That's quite a common thing you'll hear. Change the colour of the pen you started in. You can see the progress, exactly. So you can see progress. So the big thing now about different colour pens, some departments are really regimented and say always in purple pen or pink pen, and they actually provide the pen. But you'll hear that it's quite a common way to check AFL. All right, just before we finish then, let's imagine you've got mini whiteboards. Are you ready? Piece of paper, please. Another piece of paper. I'm going to ask you 5 questions. Can't talk to any of them. Ready? Number 1. What was my favourite colour and why? That's a challenge. Right, number 2. What was my favourite chocolate and why? I'm prepping them what to buy with. It's going to say on my birthday. Number 3, my favourite animal and why? Oh, Izzy's looking. I didn't. You will not look or you're out.
That's a warning.
So that's why, if you can't catch people looking, you've really got to make a point. They are not looking on mini whiteboards. Right, 5 interleaving. Number 4, how many areas of intent are there? This is interleaving. You did this on Wednesday. How many areas of intent are there? You have brutal questions. I know, but you. And last one, how many teaching standards are there? You're frowning at me. So, if we're in a lesson, that was our first objective, wasn't it? To know my favourite things and explain why. I gave you a mini whiteboard, make sure people aren't looking, and make sure that you
She's written it before you even ask the question.
And then, so you've just got to set up a really good mini whiteboard technique, okay, of how you do it, because it's a very, very good way. You get them to write, you then, if I was really planned, I'd have the answers up, but I'd do a countdown, okay? So we actually had a really good talk. You get new mini whiteboards, I'd say you've got 10 seconds, but once you've written it, put it on your lap, so no one can see it, so everyone put it on their lap. And then I would say, right, in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, hold it up, please. And I'd see the answers. Now, in reality, in a class of 30, you're not going to be able to see everyone's answers, but you're going to at least see at least 10 of them, which is better than just doing a couple of questions. Then maybe I put the answers up, quickly tick what you got wrong, what you got right, give me a score, okay? So that was, right, let's quickly check. What was my favourite colour? Why? What was my favourite and the chocolate? It's because? It's really. Favourite animal? Why? Good, very nice. Number 4, how many areas of intent? No! Teaching standards. There we go. Okay, so mini whiteboards are amazing, okay? Technology, don't ask me, but they are very good AFL techniques if you can do this, the hoop and pattern. Again, you can bring them in. Yeah, they love the hoop. They love the hoop.
I loved it.
And this, PE teachers, I've seen this really used well, coloured armbands. So you change the colour of the armband, am I right? And they change
like, you know, those sort of Live Strong bands, we used to get colour on those, and that would be their AFL checks, so then we've got a red one, then you give them a red one, and then a green
it's
one.
amazing. So for more active, and especially if you're sort of doing music, media, art, these target cards are really nice. We can walk around because they're all doing different projects, and you have target cards and tick those off, okay? But we are going to leave it there, because you know the most important thing was about me. Yeah, go on.
the coloured bands.
Yeah.
So then what, when you have a test, then you give them a different colour.
Exactly, yeah.
Does that not make others feel like?
Yeah.
oh, this better?
Yeah.
And what the actual, what it did was, it was
Yeah.
a massive motivator, because they just wanted to get the next band. They want, they none, none of them really looked at, and you wouldn't have red for the lowest one, necessarily, it'd be a different colours. But what they wanted to, they knew exactly what they're working on, then they were so desperate to show you, they wanted the next one, and they wouldn't necessarily start on the same place either.
Yeah. I know what you mean, like you say, you gotta have the right environment.
Yeah, you've got to communicate that the band relates to a particular skill that they've been
Yeah.
Not a level.
It's not, this is bad, this is good, this is the best.
Yeah.
This means you can do that skill, this means you can do that skill, this
Yeah.
means you can do that skill. So it's how you communicate it. and how you create that.
Yeah. Lovely. Okay, everyone, that's AFL. Good luck with it all next week.
Right. So, you finally finished induction. And I hope that you found today really useful. And as I said at the start, I hope that it's helped you to feel more confident to going in and starting that teaching straight away, having that accountability with your classes from day one, and that you've got some really good strategies and things that you can now apply. The last part of today is really just a chance to answer any questions. And I know that lots of you have been asking questions throughout the day, so it might be that you've had all your questions answered. So having made you come to about 8,000 hours of induction, if anyone is sitting here thinking, I'm good, I'm ready, I'm happy, I don't have any questions, feel free to go. Feel free to go home and enjoy your weekend. If you do have questions, or you want to hang around to hear what people ask just out of interest, then please do. But I don't want you to feel like you think everyone's questions and actually you know what you're doing. So if you want to go, thank you so much for your engagement, from your kind of enthusiasm at induction. You do know where we are. On that email I sent yesterday, you've got all our email addresses, so do get in touch, if there's anything that you're not sure about, or if anything doesn't go to plan next week, just let us know, and we're all on the emails, so we'll get back to you ASAP. So if we just have like a 2 or 3 minute just break while people who want to leave, and then if you want to say another question, the team will be here, and you can fire away. Okay, thank you. That's my question. You can't teach a new training plan 0. Just do everything on training plan 0.